Test. Just giving you a hard time. Good evening and welcome to Tyngsborough Annual Town Meeting. Now that you're all comfortable, we appreciate you all making it this evening. I'd like to have you stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. I have a list of speakers that may speak that are not town residents. Town Manager Colin Loisel, Town Consul Kate Federoff, Assistant Town Manager Sean Walsh, Assistant Fire Chief Pat Sands, DPW Superintendent Jake Zwicker, Media Director Ronnie Camille, Library Director Catherine Groney, Sewer Administrator Kathleen Kerr, and Aubrey Dunn and Michael Maguzzi from HTM Architects. I apologize if I ruined your name. Do I have a motion on allowing these non-residents to speak if needed? Do I have a second? Second. Motion and second. All those in favor of that, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? That does carry. Okay, we'll go right to the special town meeting, Article number 1. To see if the town will vote to accept the reports of the town officers and committees as printed or take any other action relative thereto. Do I have a motion on Article 1 of the special town meeting?
Reports is the annual town meeting.
Okay, yep, wrong side of the page. Sorry, folks. Transfers, okay, STM Article 1, transfer funds from general stabilization. To see if the town will vote to transfer from the general stabilization fund the following sums of money for the following purposes or take any action relative thereto. The amount $480,000, fiscal year 26 revenue, and purpose, as you see right there, to address underbilling. Do we have a motion on Article 1 of the special town meeting?
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town approve the special town meeting Article 1 as printed in the Finance Committee Guidebook.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve Article 1 of the special town meeting. Is there any discussion? Oh, please.
Mr. Moderator, my name is Kathleen Spaeth and I live at 2 Minuteman Drive. I'd like a little bit of a description besides the reading of the article to address the underbilling from fiscal year 2025. It's $480,000.
Sure, absolutely. Please. Selectman Colin.
So in fiscal year 25, as you are probably all aware, we identified an issue in our accounting where we did not bill $1.18 million in taxes that we should have. $700,000 of that was addressed in this year's tax bill, but because town meeting told us to bill the full 1.18, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts requires that we appropriate from available sources, in this case the stabilization fund, the remaining $480,000. That money can't be spent because there's not a corresponding town meeting appropriation. So this is merely an accounting mechanism whereby this town meeting will transfer that 480 into our fiscal year 26 revenue. That's the current fiscal year. It won't be spent because there's not a concurrent appropriation. It will then become part of our certified free cash when we close the fiscal year on June 30th, and a future town meeting in October would transfer that money back into the general fund stabilization.
Any further discussion, Article 1 of the special? Hearing none, all those in favor of Article 1 in the special, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That does carry unanimous. All right. I'd like to entertain a motion to adjourn the special town meeting.
Motion to adjourn special town meeting.
Can I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor of that adjournment, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That does carry. Flip your page over. Again, good evening and welcome to the Tyngsborough Annual Town Meeting, May 5th, 2026, Cinco de Mayo, Buenos Dias. And now I can read Article 1 correctly. Report of the town officers and committees to see if the town will vote to accept the reports of the town officers and committees as printed or take any other action relative thereto. Do I have a motion on Article 1?
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town approve Article 1 as printed in the Finance Committee Guidebook.
Second.
I have a motion and a second on Article 1. Explanation, please.
This is an annual article that asks town meeting to accept the annual town report, which is available digitally at tyngsboroughma.gov.
Thank you for that. Any discussion, Article 1? Hearing none, all those in favor of Article 1 as printed, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That does carry. Article 2, authorization appropriations from stabilization funds for the fiscal year 2027. To see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to expend up to the following amounts for the following stabilization fund, from the following stabilization fund, for the following purposes or take any action relative thereto. And you can see the figure in its road stabilization. Do I have a motion on Article 2?
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town approve Article 2 as printed in the Finance Committee Guidebook.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Explanation, please, on Article 2.
Mr. Moderator, this article seeks town meeting authorization to expend certain dollar amounts from certain stabilization funds for certain purposes. For fiscal year 27, town meeting is being asked to authorize $900,000 from the Road Maintenance Stabilization Fund, which is funded by 75% of the cannabis excise revenue per prior town meeting vote. The funding in this account can only be used for road maintenance.
Thank you for that explanation. Any discussion on Article 2? Yes.
Yes, Mr. Moderator, my name is Kathleen Spaeth, and I live at 2 Minuteman Drive. In regards to this $900,000 in road stabilization fund, I recently read Administrator Colin Losel's notes of 4-6 about the town manager's report. I do read the town manager's reports. They're actually really quite good. He talked about we spend between $1.5 to $2 million each year on our roads, but this is only an expenditure of $900,000. So where is the difference coming from, if you wouldn't mind answering that question, please?
Thank you. Please.
That's a great question. So this $900,000, you're right, is only a fraction of the money that we spend. The remainder of the money comes from our Chapter 90 state aid. That's money that comes directly to the town for the specific purposes of road maintenance. Generally, that budget's not final yet. The governor's early proposal and the House concurred has us receiving just about $700,000 in Chapter 90. So it's those two sources combined.
Thank you for that explanation. And further, please, go ahead.
I would like to further, if it's within the four corners, I'll refer it to you, Mr. Moderator. Recently, there's been an action to take certain roads, like for instance Westford Road, and alter them and fill them in, and it's called full depth reclamation work. And I drive up and down Westford Road, and I feel like I am an astronaut on the moon. So is that the reclamation work that we're going to do? Is this part of the $900,000 for this year? And is that road going to stay in that condition?
Please.
May I? So that is not a full depth reclamation. A full depth reclamation example for this current year is Elm Street. That's where you tear the road down completely to base, and hopefully our DPW is proud of my explanation, and you rebuild the road. What you've seen on Westford Road is the first phase of a preservation project. That first step was to simply fill the cracks that exist. In the beginning of June, the contractor will come back and put a layer over the entire road. So what you're seeing is temporary, and it's not a full depth reclamation. Full depth reclamation is if we tear up the road and then we build it from the ground up.
Thank you, because as I mentioned, it's terrible to drive on right now, but it was terrible to drive on before, and I'm happy to hear it'll probably be a little smoother when I take my space vehicle down there. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion, Article 2? Hearing none, all those in favor of Article 2 as printed, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? That does carry. Article 3. Establish COA program revolving account. To see if the town will vote to amend general bylaws, Department revolving funds, Section 5 table of authorized revolving funds by adding thereto and establishing pursuant to the authority granted under Mass General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 53 and a half, the following revolving account. Do I have a motion on Article 3?
Mr. Moderator, I move the town approve Article 3 as printed in the Finance Committee Guidebook.
Second?
Second.
And I have a motion and a second. Explanation, please.
This article establishes a revolving fund for fees collected by the Council on Aging. Said receipts shall be used by the Council on Aging for programming.
Any discussion, Article 3? Hearing none, all those in favor of Article 3 as printed, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That does carry. Article 4, continue and approve revolving funds. To see if the town will vote to establish pursuant to the authority granted under Mass General Laws, Chapter 44, spending limits for the following revolving accounts to be expended in accordance with departmental revolving funds, Section 5, Table of Authorized Revolving Funds of the town's general bylaw. And as you'll see, fire department, rec, public, all sorts of 53 and a half. Do I have a motion on Article 4?
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town approve Article 4 as printed in the Finance Committee Guidebook.
Second.
I have a motion and a second on Article 4. Explanation, please.
This article is an annual article that authorizes the various revolving funds supporting government operations. Revolving funds are accounts that collect revenue from specific sources like program fees and can be only spent on specific purposes. For each account, town meeting sets the maximum annual spend. These dollar amounts are not appropriations, and only revenue collected can be spent in any fiscal year up to the maximum amount.
Thank you for that explanation. Discussion of Article 4. Hearing none, all those in favor of Article 4 as printed, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That does carry. Article 5, authorization of the Select Board regarding contracts in excess of 3 years. Do I have a motion on Article 5?
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote to approve Article 5 as printed in the Finance Committee Guidebook.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion is second. Do I have an explanation of this article?
Yes, Mr. Moderator, this is an annual article that authorizes the Select Board to enter into leases or vendor contracts for up to 5 years. Without this authorization, state law limits the Select Board to enter into contracts of no more than 3 years.
Thank you for that explanation. Any discussion? Article 5. Hearing none, all those in favor of Article 5 as printed, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That does carry. Article 6, appropriations, general fund for fiscal year 2027. See if the town will vote to raise, appropriate, and/or transfer from available funds such sums of money as may be necessary to fund town expenses for FY 27 or take any action relative thereto. Do I have a motion on Article 6?
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote to approve Article 6 as printed in the Finance Committee Guidebook and as incorporated in Exhibit A.
Do I have a second? Motion is second. Explanation, please. Colin?
This article...
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I miss something?
It's Select Person Gilfus reading it.
Sorry?
Select Person Gilfus was reading it.
And then I'll do the presentation.
Oh, I'm sorry. Misunderstood.
This article is the annual general fund appropriation for fiscal year 2027. This article provides the funding necessary to operate the town, including education, public works, and public safety. This year's budget includes no new positions and represents a slight decrease from level service.
Thank you for that explanation. Sorry. Colin, you have...
Just have a couple slides about the budget before we discuss it. The fiscal year 26 budget, which is our current fiscal year that ends June 30th, is $52.3 million. The proposed budget for fiscal year 27 is $54.5 million, which represents a 4.1% increase. Of that, 3.8% reflects the increase in the general fund. That's what is used to support education, public safety, public works, general government administration. The remainder is the exempt debt, which for this fiscal year is the middle school. The main budget drivers this year are utility costs. We saw our second year in a row of higher than normal health insurance increases coming in at 14.4%, and then labor contracts. A summary of the budget. The budget represents a slightly lower than level service budget with no new programs or positions. If you followed the budget process from the beginning, we started this fiscal year looking at a projected $2 million deficit. Over the course of January through April, working with the school department, town departments, and as some of the final numbers ironed out, we ended with just over $500,000 worth of a deficit. And so in order to close that within the Prop 2.5 levy limit, we reduced certain service lines. All of those reductions in the budget don't result in any layoffs of police or fire. They result in a slightly less than level service budget, but not something to the effect that residents will largely notice. There are a few structural changes to the budget to be aware of. In fiscal year 26, we split the responsibilities of the treasurer-collector. So the salary for the treasurer moved into the accounting department. So if you're looking at the line item budget, which is attached to the guidebook, it looks like the accounting department's budget increased at a higher rate than the rest. That's because there's a corresponding decrease on the collector's side. Those were two positions that were previously combined. We've separated them. The other change is that we have added a full-time administrative assistant to the Veteran Services Department. That is the result of us entering into a shared services agreement with our neighbors in Dracut. So now we provide veteran services for residents of Tyngsborough and for Dracut. As a result of that, Dracut bears 50% of all of the employment costs, so that's salary and fringe benefits. We have to still budget the full dollar amount in order to pay it, but on the revenue side, under other available sources, we've incorporated that $70,000 that will come from Dracut. So it's a change in how the budget is structured, but again, it's not a budget increase because Dracut is covering that half. And then every year for the last few years, we've just provided this slide which shows you where your tax dollars go. This slide doesn't change year over year, and it would mirror what you'd see in any other municipality. Our biggest expense category is education, followed by public safety and public works. And corresponding with that, we show where our staff are, and as you would imagine, it follows that same trajectory with most of the staff being on the education side, public safety, and then public works.
Thank you for that further explanation. Any questions on Article number 6, please?
Yes, Mr. Moderator, my name is Kathleen Spaeth, and I live at 2 Minuteman Drive. To expedite this, I'm going to ask you, Mr. Moderator, if we can pull out certain lines, and then I could ask the questions, if that's possible.
Well, absolutely the way.
It's not numbered, unfortunately, but we can read through it, and we can pull out those items, and maybe we can make a motion to...
For each one?
Yes.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr.
Sure.
Moderator.
Let's start at the top. And let me know which is the first that you'd like to have taken on its own.
The first that I want to take out is the DPW Public Buildings Facilities. It has a 7.63% increase.
All right, DPW Public Building Facilities. Okay. I have a motion to take that on its own. Do I have a second? Okay, do you have a second? You don't have to make a second if you don't want to, but a 2 is required to go beyond this point. Okay, continue.
On the second page, I'd like to pull out communications. It is a 9.31% increase.
I'm not seeing that yet. I see it now, sorry about that.
No, it's okay, it's
Yeah.
hard.
It is hard, especially when we don't have line item numbers like we're used to.
Exactly.
I'm with you on that.
So
Okay.
maybe in the future, we could get line items.
Sure. I do have a, there you are.
I know. I wanted to make a better entrance.
The next one
Our town, oh, hang on one second. I want to fluff. We have our town clerk here. Good to see you. I was very concerned. Good evening. Do I have a motion? I have a motion. Do I have a second on communications to take on its own? I do not hear a second. We'll move on. We will
Okay.
not take that on its own. What was the last one?
The next one is town clerk, 24.05%.
Okay, where is that? Town council, town reports. Where are you? Why am I not seeing it?
It's below communication.
I'm going too fast.
It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Gee, that was easy. I have town clerk on its own. I have a motion. Do I have a second to take that out of line? I do have a second on that.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, now I'd like to make a motion to pass the rest.
Wait,
I thought we had 3.
Oh, that's correct, you're right. I'm
It's all
sorry.
right, it's all right.
Thank you.
You're testing me, I get it. I would like to now have a motion made, or make a motion, to pass Article 6 as printed, pulling these 2 line items out. Are we ready for that? All those in favor of Article 6, we're going to take these 2 out that were just mentioned. The rest of the article we're going to pass as it is. All those in favor of Article 6, except pulling out these 2, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That does carry. Now we're going to take these 2 on their own. Article 6 is passed. Communications is the first one. Let's go right ahead.
No. Communications didn't get a second.
I'm sorry?
Communications didn't get a second.
That didn't make it. Town clerk made it. And DPW. Let's go with DPW, and then we'll do town clerk. Kathleen? Thank you.
Moderator.
This is public buildings, facilities.
Yes.
Yep.
Hold on, now I gotta find it again.
So you're looking for an explanation, no doubt.
I would like an explanation of why there's a 4.79% increase, please.
Sure.
The facilities, so that line, DPW facilities, as you may remember, 2 years ago, several years ago, town meeting approved the DPW rule. That put facilities under the care and control of DPW. This line in question deals with all of the facilities, the maintenance of all of our buildings with the exception of schools, police, and fire. The increase that you're seeing here is 100% utility costs. The utility costs, electric, have gone up dramatically. That account we've already overexpended in fiscal year 26. We have to power the library and town hall, but that's entirely what that is. There's no new positions in DPW facilities, and their contractual increase for fiscal year 27 is just about 3%.
Okay, thank you. And then going to the second one, Mr.
Those in favor of the printed line for DPW Administrative Engineering, please signify by aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That does carry. Now finally, Town Clerk, line item.
Yes, Mr. Moderator.
Yeah, you want it
So
explained.
to
You want it
pose the
explained.
question.
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Moderator.
Yeah.
So there is a 24.05% increase in town clerk. Could you kindly explain that to me, please?
Absolutely. In fiscal year 26, there were only 2 elections? Yes. And there are 3 additional elections in fiscal year 27, so that increase is the salary cost of election workers. It's not new positions within the town clerk's office. The other change is tied to the Veteran Services Office, so that previously had a part-time administrative assistant that split the remaining time in the clerk's office. With Drakeit absorbing 50% of the costs, we were able to move the part-time admin salary directly into the town clerk's office, so from a town-wide perspective, it doesn't represent a new position or new spending, but it's been reorganized. But the largest part of that is because there are more elections in fiscal year 27 than there were in 26, and with the salaries to pay election workers comes out of that budget.
Thank you for that explanation. Hearing any other questions? All those in favor of the Town Clerk line item as printed, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? That does carry. Okay, we'll move on to, I believe, line item 7. Hang on. Line item 7, compensation of elected officials. See if the town will vote to fix the salary and compensation of elected officers or take any other action relative thereto. Do I have a motion on Article 7?
I move that the town vote to approve Article 7 as printed in the Finance Committee Guidebook.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Explanation?
Mr. Moderator, this is an annual article that sets the stipends provided to the various elected boards in Tyngsborough. This article also sets the annual salary for the only full-time elected position in Tyngsborough, which is the town clerk. This article does not represent a new appropriation. All of the dollar amounts in this article appear as an appropriation in Article 6, the general fund.
Thank you for that explanation. Any discussion on Article 7? Hearing none, all those in favor of Article 7 as printed, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That does carry. Article 8. Appropriation Ambulance Enterprise Fund for fiscal year 27, to see if the town will vote to raise, appropriate, or transfer from the available funds a sum of money to be expended by the select board to operate the ambulance enterprise for fiscal year 27 as follows. Do I have a motion on Article 8?
Mr. Moderator, I move the town vote to approve Article 8 as printed in the Finance Committee Guidebook.
Can I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Explanation, please.
Mr. Moderator, this article sets the budget for the Ambulance Enterprise Fund for the upcoming fiscal year. Enterprise funds are outside of the general fund and are self-supported by fees generated by the service. In this case, the Ambulance Enterprise Fund is 100% supported by revenue from the ambulance billing and has closed the last 4 fiscal years in the black, which allows the fire department to retain funds for capital improvements without support from the general fund. The enterprise fund supports the salary of 2 firefighter EMTs on each shift.
Thank you for that explanation. Discussion Article 8, please.
Moderator, my name is Kathleen Spaeth, and I live at 2 Minuteman Drive. I am very impressed with what's been going on with our ambulance service. I know there was a lot of controversy a few years back when we thought about, having our own ambulance service. So I'm very pleased every year to see that we're in the black instead of in the red.
That's a tribute to the firefighters. That's right. Nice job. Thank you for that.
But I have a question, if you don't mind,
Sure, please.
Specifically, we have an estimated surplus of 20,000. So what happens to that surplus? Does it go into capital funds for the police? Because it's not allowed to go into the general fund. Am I correct on my interpretation of that?
I think it kind of
I'm sorry,
says,
not
go ahead.
The fire department, I'm sorry.
Sure.
Police.
I think it kind of says it in
Police chief would
the
love that, but it's the fire department.
Right. I think it's in the explanation, but Colin, go right ahead.
That's correct. So any money that they collect over, which is always, we always put a $20,000 buffer. Fiscal year 25, they closed 80-something thousand dollars over. So this is just an estimate early on. But all of that stays in what's called the retained earnings, which can only be used for capital upgrades within the ambulance service. So it can't buy a new fire engine, it can only replace equipment that's used by the ambulance. But it stays there completely, does not go back to the general fund.
So just for a procedural to ask, if I'm within the four corners, Mr. Moderator, does that 20,000 go back into the fund, like you said, retained earnings? And then are they allowed to expend that on their own, or do they come in front of the select board to expend that, or I guess
I think that's within the four corners. How is that spent, please?
That's a great question.
Yep.
Any use of retained earnings would appear in the budget that town meeting sets. So the ambulance enterprise fund, the budget for fiscal year 27 is only that 721. Even if they had, and they do, at least 80,000, it has to be incorporated into a matching appropriation. So if they wanted to use it next year to replace an ambulance, it would have to be included in this budget, and town meeting would have to approve it.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you for that
Moderator.
clarification. Any further discussion? Article 8. Hearing none, all those in favor of Article 8 as printed, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? That does carry. Article 9, Appropriation Sewer Enterprise Fund for fiscal year 2027. See if the town will vote to raise and appropriate or transfer from available funds a sum of money to be expended by the Sewer Commission to operate the sewer enterprise for fiscal year 2027. Do I have a motion on Article 9?
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote to approve Article 9 as printed in the Finance Committee Guidebook.
Second.
Motion and second. Thank you. Explanation, please.
Mr. Moderator, this article sets the budget for the Sewer Enterprise Fund for the upcoming fiscal year. Enterprise funds are outside of the general fund and are self-supported by fees generated by the service. In this case, the Sewer Enterprise Fund is supported by user fees paid by residential and commercial properties using town sewer. The Sewer Enterprise Fund budget is submitted each year by the Sewer Commission.
Thank you for that explanation. Any discussion? Article 9.
Diana Cohane, 15 Chard Road.
Thank you.
I just learned, I believe, in the pre-town meeting that if we approve this appropriation, we ratepayers are approving 15% per year increase or 52% after 3 years.
Are we on the wrong article
increase
number?
in our sewer. I'm asking, do we approve that by approving this budget?
The answer is no, because the sewer commission has the authority to set rates, not town meeting. Town meeting sets the appropriation. The sewer commission is they're the elected body that is responsible for setting rates. So all Article 9 does is set the maximum budget that they can spend.
Okay, because it has the ratepayers department receipts in that budget. So I didn't know if that includes that. So if we have something to say about that increase?
If there were comment, yeah, so the sewer commission statutorily has to and did host a public hearing on the rate increase.
Okay.
That would be where that discussion would take place.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. Any further discussion? Article 9. Hearing none, all those in favor of Article 9 as printed, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That does carry. Article 10. Transfer of funds from PEG account. See, the town will vote to transfer the sum of $181,734 from the PEG fund to the general fund. For the following purposes, we're taking action relative thereto. Do I have a motion on Article 10? And who is PEG? We go through this every year. Who is this PEG?
Mr. Moderator.
Please.
I move that the town vote to approve Article 10 as printed in the Finance Committee Guidebook.
Second.
Now we can explain it. Go right ahead. We have a motion and a second.
Mr. Moderator, this article funds the PEG Department's operating budget for fiscal year 2027. PEG funds support Tyngsborough's media and come from fees that residents pay on top of their cable bills from Verizon and Xfinity. The funds are outside of the general fund and can only be used for PEG programming, PEG stands for Public Education and Government.
Well, thank you for that explanation. I much appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Any discussion about PEG or Article 10? Hearing none, all those in favor of Article 10 as printed, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That does carry. Article 11, rescind prior funding authorization, Community Preservation Committee. To see if the town will vote to rescind the following appropriations or reservations by prior town meeting of community preservation funds, or take any other action relative thereto. To have a motion on Article 11.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote to approve Article 11 as printed in the Finance Committee Guidebook.
Second.
Do we have a, thank you for that motion. Second, do I have an explanation, please?
This article, which was submitted by the Community Preservation Committee, seeks town meeting to rescind prior funding amounts from projects that were either canceled or completed under budget. Once rescinded, these funds return to the committee's undesignated fund and can be reappropriated for other purposes by CPC and town meeting. Until such a vote occurs, these unspent funds remain tied up and unable to be spent.
Thank you for that explanation. Discussion, please, Article 11. Hearing none, all those in favor of Article 11 as printed, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That does carry. Article 12, appropriation, Community Preservation Committee Fund. To see if the town will vote a sum of money to be appropriated or reserved from estimated annual revenues of the Community Preservation Fund for fiscal year 27, with each item be considered a separate appropriation for the payment of administrative expenses of the Community Preservation Committee, debt service, community preservation projects, and all other necessary and proper expenses as follows, and you see below. Do I have a motion on Article 12?
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote to approve Article 12 as printed in the Finance Committee Guidebook.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second on Article 12. Explanation, please.
Mr. Moderator, this article seeks approval of town meeting for the projects that the Community Preservation Committee has recommended to be funded. CPC funds are collected at a 3% surcharge on property tax bills and can be spent on open space, recreation, historic preservation, and affordable housing. This year's recommendations include weed treatment on Lake Massapog and Muskopic, and a roof restoration on the Sherburne House. This article also funds the committee's debt service payments for the Old Town Hall and First Parish Meeting House. These funds are outside of the general fund and can only be used for these purposes.
Thank you for that explanation. Any discussion on Article 12? Hearing none, all those in favor of Article 12 as printed, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That does carry. Article 13, approve prior year bills. To see if the town will vote to approve payment on the following bills which were incurred during a previous fiscal year. So I'm guessing there should be some late fees. Do I have a motion on Article 13?
Mr. Moderator, I move the town vote to approve Article 13 as printed in the Finance Committee Guidebook.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Explanation on this tardy bill.
This article seeks town meeting approval to pay bills that were incurred in a prior fiscal year. State law prohibits the use of current year funds to pay for services or supplies that were obtained in a prior year without first getting town meeting approval. The article does not represent a new appropriation. All bills in this article will be paid for using existing budgetary authorizations.
Thank you for that explanation. Any discussion on Article 13, prior year bill? Hearing none, all those in favor of Article 13 as printed, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That does pass unanimous. Article 14, adopt Mass General Law, Chapter 138, Section 12D. See if the town will vote to accept the provisions of MGL 138, Section 12D, added by Section 51 of Chapter 9 of the Acts of 25, pursuant to which the local licensing authority may allow the conversion of on-premise license for wine and malt beverages to non-transferable on-premise license for all alcohol, or take any other action relative thereto. Do I have a motion on Article 14?
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote to approve Article 14 as printed in the Finance Committee Guidebook.
And a second, please?
Second.
I have a motion and a second on 14. Explanation, please.
Yes, Mr. Moderator. This article asks town meeting to accept a provision of Massachusetts law that would allow the Select Board, upon application, to approve the conversion of an on-premise wine and malt license to an all-alcohol license for a local restaurant. Currently, these licenses are subject to the town's quota, and when no licenses are available, The only way to obtain new licenses is by petition to the legislature. Under the provisions of this section, the Select Board could authorize the conversion without legislative approval.
Thank you for that explanation. Discussion on 14, please. Yes.
I'm sorry, I almost forgot my name.
Kathleen Spade, 2-minute man. Go right ahead.
Drive. Sorry. I choked up. I have a question, if you wouldn't mind.
Please.
Thank you for the explanation, because it answered some of my questions. But in particular, how many of these licenses currently does Tyngsborough have?
The beer wine?
Yes.
Yeah, of course.
According to this, on-premises licenses for beer and for
Yep.
wine and malt beverages.
Gotcha. Yep.
We
Please.
currently have 2 issued.
Okay. And then, if I understand this, Mr. Moderator.
Please.
Would those 2 existing on-premises licenses then apply for the non-transferable on-premises licenses for all alcoholic beverages?
Yeah, they would still
Or would
have-
this be grandfathered in?
I believe they'd have to go right before the selectmen and plead their case. But
That's
go right
correct.
ahead.
They would have to go through a public hearing, just like if they were a new license, so they would have to file an application with the Select Board, they'd have to send abutters notices to all of the abutting properties, advertise it in the Lowell Sun. The only thing this does is it takes the legislature out of it, now the authority rests with the local Select Board.
Okay, thank you very much, I appreciate
Thank you for
it.
that clarification. Any further discussion, Article 14? Hearing none, all those in favor of Article 14 as printed, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? That does carry. Article 15, authorization to enter into solar pricing agreement. See if the town will vote to authorize the Select Board, School Committee, and Town Manager to enter into up to 25-year solar pricing agreements or any other action relative thereto. Do I have a motion on Article 15?
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote to approve Article 15 as printed in the Finance Committee Guidebook.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Explanation, please.
Mr. Moderator, this article seeks town meeting approval for the school committee and the select board to enter into 25-year solar agreements for school and town buildings. A prior town meeting authorized agreements up to 20 years. The current climate for these agreements calls for 25 years to get the best terms. Additionally, this article would allow these arrays to be installed on any building or property, whereas the prior authorization was for buildings only.
Thank you for that explanation. Any discussion, Article 15, please?
Just probably sit right up here.
Yeah.
Kathleen Spade, 2-minute man drive. How many of these current leases do we have?
We currently have one on the high school, one ready to be activated on the middle school, and those are the 2 PPAs that we currently have.
And when they apply for the licensing, do they come in front of a certain board to get approval for that?
It's under the board that has authority over the property. So if the school committee was looking to do a project, the project would have to be approved by the school committee. If it was on land that was under the, or property under the control of the select board, it would have to be before the select board.
Okay, and then this article as well, through you, Mr. Moderator, is to extend out the existing leases that we have right now, or agreements, they're called actually, from 20 to 25, or would this be new projects?
This is only for new projects. This does not impact existing agreements.
Okay,
Thank you for that clarification.
okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion, Article 15? Hearing none, all those in favor of Article 15 as printed, come on down. And any folks in the future, when you want to speak, be ready. Name and address?
So the current
Name and
arrays-
address?
Albert Stamp, 30 Willowdale Ave.
Thank you.
So the current arrays that exist, just wondering on the agreements, any maintenance that's done to the middle school, the high school, who's responsible for removing, replacing, where do those charges lie, if there's any maintenance involved?
Sure.
Correct me if I'm wrong, if someone from the school department jumps up, but that's with the vendor that provides the solar. They're responsible for the maintenance costs.
So if we have to fix a roof, things like that, they're gonna take them off so we can do the roof?
Correct, which is, and I've recently learned that's why there's not one on this array, because the roof here has to be replaced, so they'll only do it when the roof is new.
Great, cool, thank you. Thank you for the clarification. Any further discussion, Article 15? Hearing none, all those in favor of Article 15 as printed, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? That does carry. Article 16, zoning amendment, accessory dwelling units. To see if the town will vote to amend the zoning bylaw of the town of Tyngsborough as follows. And it's ADUs, accessory dwelling units. As you can see, it goes on. You don't want to hear me to read all that. I guarantee you don't. Or take any other action that relative there too. They do seem to end that way. Do I have a motion on Article 16?
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote to approve Article 16 as printed in the Finance Committee Guidebook.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Explanation, please, for 16.
This article seeks to amend the town's zoning bylaw by adopting zoning compliant with the state law that requires municipalities allow accessory dwelling units, or ADUs, by right. As a result of state law, ADUs are already permitted by right. This article seeks to replace the town's temporary independent living quarters language with language that mirrors state requirements. Even if this article fails, ADUs will continue to be permitted by right. This article will simply cause the town's zoning bylaw to be corrected to match state law.
Thank you for that explanation. Discussion, please. Article 16.
Mr. Moderator, my name is Kathleen Spaeth, and I live at 2 Minute Man Drive. I wanted to talk about, hold on, let me get the section reference. Let's see. Under B, regulations, short-term rentals, just turn to the second page. It's just easier. It's a little hard to follow. It says ADUAs may not be operated as short-term rentals. Yahoo! I really like that, because I've seen in other cities and towns and states where somebody builds an ADU and then ends up being a short-term rental. So are there restrictions on the person who can live in that ADU other than the short-term rentals? In other words, does that person have to be related to the person who owns the principal dwelling?
I don't believe that even the state law allows that, but go ahead, Colin.
That's correct. They do not have to be related. The only thing the town can enforce is that you can't use it as a short-term rental.
Right.
Okay. So thank you for the language in the short-term rental and what the definition of the short-term rental is. I appreciate that. Hold on. And then up above it in number 3, it says, all proposed exterior changes to the principal dwelling, in essence, needs to conform to an established residential character of the neighborhood. So do we, and whom, has the standards for the established residential character of the neighborhood? Who enforces that during this review process?
Because the state law takes the ability for the planning board to regulate these out, as printed here, it would fall with the building commissioner, who's responsible for implementing building permits and inspecting them. Admittedly, the language is a little bit nuanced, but it's as restrictive as the state allows you to get. But the answer to who enforces it is the building commissioner.
So the building commissioners, can he, if someone comes to him and he has questions, can that building commissioner go to the planning board for a review, or is that arbitrary? I'm just trying to understand, because one person's definition of established residential character of the neighborhood might be different than another person's.
It would have to be essentially the building commissioner working with the potential property owner, whoever's developing it, because the state law doesn't allow you to So I mean, admittedly, this is a state law that we had to adopt. They're permitted by right simply because of the law. The language isn't a public hearing where they discussed it. Ultimately, though, we require something go to the planning board, so it would require our building commissioner or whoever's proposing it to make sure that everybody's happy with the aesthetic.
And what would happen to those neighbors around it who might think the definition of the established residential character of the neighborhood is not being interpreted to what they think? What would their course of action be, if you can answer that within the 4 corners of this article?
I don't know that they can. I mean, you don't go to the zoning board. Law that pretty well tells most of what can be done, but go ahead, Colin.
I'll let town council weigh in if I say anything wrong here, but my understanding is, and again, we didn't use our own language, we adopted the bare minimum requirements of the state law.
Yep.
I do not believe that they will really have any recourse. What I will say is that our building commissioner has a great track record of working with abutters and potential developers to come to a place everyone agrees. But I think that the bottom line answer is that there is no legal recourse because ADUs are permitted by right.
Yeah, so, I mean,
Mike? I need a mic, guys.
I think yours is on.
Yeah.
okay, so, no.
I don't know.
This one?
Nope.
This one? Oh, here we go.
So the law doesn't forbid it or eliminate your appellate rights, but let's just say the law strongly favors these types of units. So the discretion that's given to a building official in any event when issuing just a standard building permit, which this would be, is very broad. So although your appellate rights aren't eliminated, it's restrictive in the kind of oversight that could be given. So in theory, you could file an appeal, but the likelihood of success is very, very narrow.
I have read the state law as well, and I think that that's that one gray, white, weird area. And I think it's asking a lot. I'm not saying our building commissioner can't do it. I know he can. But it's just, it's a gray area, and I really wish maybe, unfortunately, when some of these units are built and there are appellate appeals that are filed, I think the case is going to have to be defined a little better. So I thank you for your time, and the language is beautiful, and I fully support it, and I thank you very much.
Thank you. Any further discussion, Article 16? Hearing none. All those in favor of Article 16, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? That does carry. Article 17, borrowing sewer enterprise fund, local grant match. See if the town will vote to raise, appropriate, transfer of available funds, or borrow a sum of money to pay costs of professional services for legal, permitting, engineering, construction supervision, and other related professional services for construction. And I'll go down to, or take any other action relative thereto. Do I have a motion on Article 17?
Mr. Moderator, I move the town vote to approve Article 17 as printed in the Finance Committee guidebook and to appropriate the sum of $850,000 for the purposes set forth therein and for construction of municipal sewer lines and associated infrastructure to areas established in the Comprehensive Wastewater Management Plan, approved December 2010, and described as Phase 3 sewer, including the payment of all costs incidental and related thereto, and for the acquisition of any land or interest in land as may be necessary or appropriate, and all associated infrastructure, including limitation of all costs thereof, as defined in Section 1 of MGL Chapter 29C, and to authorize the Select Board and/or sewer commissioners to acquire any such land or interest therein by purchase, gift, or eminent domain, and as funding therefore, to authorize the treasurer with approval of the Select Board to borrow said sum and issue bonds or notes therefore pursuant of MGL Chapter 44 or MGL Chapter 29C, that such bonds or notes shall be general obligations of the town unless the treasurer with the approval of the Select Board determines that they should be issued as limited obligations and be secured by local systems revenues as defined in Section 1 of said Chapter 29C, that the treasurer, with approval of the Select Board, is authorized to borrow all or a portion of such amount from Massachusetts Clean Water Trust, established pursuant to said Chapter 29C, and in connection herewith, to authorize the treasurer to enter into a and/or security agreement with the trust, and otherwise to contract with the trust, Department of Environmental Protection, to such loan and for any federal or state aid available for the project.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Explanation of said motion?
Mr. Moderator, this is quicker. This article seeks authorization for the supervision to borrow up to $850,000 that would serve as as their 20% local match for a larger federal grant to help with a potential Phase 3 expansion of municipal sewer. Borrowing for the sewer division is paid for through the enterprise fund, not the general fund.
Thank you for that explanation. Discussion, please. Article 17.
Sure. Jason Long, 12 Parker Lane. I'd just like to sorry, there was in front of a bunch
That's
of people.
no
The total
problem.
cost of this project to retired, fixed income people along this route, neighbors walked the route this past weekend. Some of them are not here to make it because they're elderly. They're going to incur a $1,500 to $1,800 a year tax increase should this go through, because they're going to need to take loans. In all the jargon we just heard a minute ago, that means the homeowners pay for all of this all the time. So it's not an environmental betterment. Our area does not need our septics added onto the sewer system and have that waste pumped down to Lowell. The 2008 CWMP actually states in it that Lowell has a capacity problem. That's 20 years ago. We keep adding sewer lines. Chelmsford just did a moratorium, no more sewer lines, because they run out of capacity. They don't want to pay fines anymore. So I implore you, please. I had tears in neighbors' eyes, elderly people's eyes. Some of them talked about maybe getting put out of their home because of this bill. $130 to $150 a month, that's a lot of money to a lot of people. Okay, the borrowed money is also all our tax money. The grant money from the state, DEP, and EPA are the same grant monies that Lowell is getting to separate storm drains downline, and we're adding it back in with those same funds. It's wrong, it's backwards. The Sewer Commission deflects, says go ask Lowell. He knows how it works. You may hear also that, sewer, we don't have combined sewers. Doesn't matter. It's still going to Lowell. It's still going to contribute to overflows. I need people to please, when it's time to say no, be loud tonight, please. I implore you to help your neighbors next door, fixed income families struggling to make ends meet, elderly people who can't afford this.
Thank you.
That's
Further
all. Thank
discussion.
you.
Thank you. Further discussion. Article 17.
Barry Hallenborg, 2 Parker Lane. I wrote a little something as to why I oppose this as well. 20 years ago, me and my wife moved into this town. It was 2 Frost Road back then, right? I'm going to make it quick, I promise, but it means a lot to me. So, we were secluded, surrounded by a wooded area. We didn't really know anybody. We were young. We worked our asses off, pardon my language, to just stay afloat. Well, 2 years go by and suddenly somebody shows up at our house, and guess what? We're going to redo the entire intersection, the entire wooded area around my home. Gone, decimated, destroyed. Wildlife with it. And throughout that, during that time period, I had to drive through a construction site just to get to my house. My wife did. We had 2 small children born in this construction site. Well, not in it, but we were at the hospital. You get my point. But the point is like through some of this, we even begged some of them to save some of the trees. There was a 100-year-old maple tree. We begged them to not cut it down. They said, sorry, we have to park our equipment.
Oh, that's right.
So our equipment parked all over our yard. Our kids growing up in this, we couldn't play in it. And then, you know what? It finished. They finished the bridge. It was great. We got to meet our neighbors. We became part of a community. And honestly, we became a little bit of a family with our neighbors. It was lovely. Well, guess what? Another 2 years goes by, and all of a sudden, there's a pump house being put on our street. More woods cut down, more animals being shoved out of their homes. And they're saying it's what's best for the town. Well, what's best is smelling a dead corpse in my house at least every month throughout spring, summer, and fall. All right, during this, my wife got cancer, and she was bedridden in my home, and guess what she got to smell all day long, from months on a time. We're told, oh, it's a water capacity issue, oh, it'll get better. No, it happens all the time. DPW's down there trying to figure out what it is. We smell it constantly. So you know what? Not a fan of construction on 2 Parker Lane. Now we fast forward a couple more years, and we find out that the town wants to build a 60 by 60 sewer building on our street. More wooded areas. We actually have animals that are starting to thrive there. We have bald eagles, we have foxes, fisher cats, we have hawks, osprey. They all live in this wooded area. And yes, I did say a bald eagle, the national bird of the United States of America. They fly over my house all the time. Luckily, people listened and they saw some of the burdens that we've, incurred upon Parker Lane. And I'm sure that some of the other neighbors, hopefully they agree, like Frost Road and Wiccausett, I'm going to say some of them, Portrayus and Lee Meyer. There's constant beratement of Parker Lane. This is our home. Now, a couple of years go by, what do we want? You want to rip everything up again, more, and you want to add a sewer. Decimation of more wooded area. You're going to ruin our little neighborhood. We might not be like this massive organization or building or, smaller, like large neighborhood.
One more minute,
but we
sir.
live here.
One more minute.
And now at this point, I feel like we're kind of being targeted, to be honest. Every 2 years, there's another attack on Parker Lane. Like, come on, when's enough? We live here. We have families here. We're not just real estate that you can come and plow and destroy. We love this town. My wife loved this town. She loved being part of this community. And honestly, my wife is gone. So it's me, my kids, and my neighbors. I think she would be grossly disappointed in the fact that they're going to continue to berate my neighborhood. And not only just berate us, but like ignore us. We may not be the biggest, but we still love Tyngsborough and we love this town. Please knock it off. And I can't afford this. I don't want to have to leave. My kids love being here. Just remember, we're not just real estate. We're moms, we're dads, we're grandparents, we're grandmothers, we're elderly.
Thank you. Thank you.
And
I've given you plenty of time, sir. Thank you. I need to take a break because there's a presentation that I missed on. Brian Martin. Brian Martin had a couple slides. Yes? No? Well, just 1 second. Up. Thank you, Brian. Come on up. Thank you, folks. You all get your chance to speak. Go ahead, Brian.
Thank you. First question was, what is the practical implication of this vote? Vote will authorize the sewer commission to borrow $850,000 as a 20% match on a potential federal grant that would fund construction of a portion of Phase 3 sewer expansion along Frost Road. It would also authorize the commission to negotiate easements and with affected property owners. Who would this impact? This vote would ensure a 20% match is made if the sewer department is awarded the grant to install sewer in the project area. If the award, all parcels under Area A, a portion of Frost Road, River Bend, Parker Lane, Lemire Ave, Whiskey Road, and Poitras Ave would have the sewer installed in their neighborhood with 80% of the sewer installation costs covered by the grant. If awarded, they would reduce the betterment cost to the parcel owners in this area. How was the area chosen? Area A was selected and would provide the opportunity to extend sewer service to 46 parcels while aligning most favorably with the typical grant funding amount available for such project. Based on these funding considerations, the sewer department also evaluated Area B as an alternative. This option reduces the project to 31 parcels by excluding Wiccausett Road and Poitras Ave, resulting in a scope more closely matched with available grant funding. Why are betterments assessed? Mass General Law, Chapter 80, Section 1 gives municipal boards the ability to assess betterments for public improvements. Betterments help ensure fairness to existing sewer users by spreading the cost of the system expansion from the cost of ongoing operations. Sewer fees paid by current customers are intended to support the maintenance and operation of the existing sewer system, not to fund new expansion. By assessing betterments, the cost of extending the sewer service is assigned to the properties that are directly benefited rather than shifting the burden onto existing ratepayers. What is the benefit to property owners? The availability of the sewer service offers two primary benefits. First, when a septic system reaches the end of its lifespan or fails, connecting to municipal sewer is often a more cost-effective solution in the long term. Second, access to municipal sewer can enhance a property's value. Additionally, securing sewer availability now reserves capacity for each property, helping protect owners from future limitations. Will people be forced to connect in abandoned septic systems? No. The sewer department does not oversee or regulate private septic systems. Property owners will have the option of connecting once the sewer line is ready, or hold off and connection when they choose. If a private septic system fails, Title V in the future, the property will now have the new sewer stub available for them to connect to sewer.
Just another minute there.
I will just say, back in, I'm sorry, let's see here. According to a 2004 study by Ty and Bond, the municipal sewer rates in Massachusetts, the average residential sewer rate in 2024 was $1,139 annually, with a high cost of $3,865 annually. Even in FY25, the proposed rate is $265 cheaper than the average in 2004. Over the last year, MIA rates, the cost sent to the flow through neighboring towns, has increased. These increases are shown on the next table. So it's not up there anymore, right? So if there's any questions, well, I'm sure people have a lot.
There will. Probably should stay up front, Brian.
All right.
Thanks. Thank you, folks, for your patience. Go right ahead. Oh, I'm sorry, question?
Maybe if I could just clarify
Sure.
something. There had been some questions from residents about what a yes vote means versus what a no vote means. So if we could just make that really clear, that might help some of the questions that come in.
Well, I haven't heard that question, but a yes vote would mean that this Article 17 would pass as printed. A no vote would mean it would not pass.
I can be a little bit clearer. You're right. And so
I wasn't ready for that one.
No, that's okay. So maybe I'll ask Colin if you can just
Sure.
validate
Thank
that
you.
I'm right. So my understanding is that the project is estimated to be about $4 million for phase 3. And the grant is about 3.2 million. And then our portion would be the 850,000, right? Correct. I think my math is right.
Mm-hmm.
I have become very familiar with our sewer wastewater management plan in the last few weeks. And I had to do some research back to 1998 when this was first proposed. And so I fully recognize that this plan is old. And so I know that some of the feedback from residents is that potentially this is outdated or that we should reevaluate it. I'm not challenging that. I agree that this is an old plan. The plan that was approved that we reference in the motion, the Comprehensive Wastewater Management Plan, which was approved in December 2010, outlines 6 phases. And each one goes through a certain part of town and brings sewer to that community. We've already completed phases 1 and 2. Colin, do you remember how many houses that brought sewer to? Does Brian? A whole bunch of houses got sewer in phases 1 and 2. And so now we're looking at phase 3, which we've split into 3A and B, depending on how much funding we get from the grant. I think that's also part of the conversation. And then there's additional phases that are in the Comprehensive Wastewater Management Plan that come after this, 4, 5, and 6. My understanding, and maybe we'll get clarification from Brian, that in order to get to those future phases, sometimes there's a requirement for a phase before it to be completed because you're connecting through. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So I think part of the question about the yes or the no vote here is, let's say this gets voted down. What happens to phases 3, 4, 5, 6? Or is this sort of like, we stop here, we reevaluate? I think that's kind of where people are at right now is, what's the impact of us saying no right now?
So if this gets voted down, we probably won't move forward with the project because the betterments are going to be somewhere around $60,000. So it's not financially feasible.
Because you would take the $4 million and then divide it amongst the 77 houses instead of the 800,000.
Correct.
And what happens to phases 4, 5, 6?
We're going to move forward and try to get grants to continue doing those phases.
Okay, and my last part, so phases 1 and 2 had betterments assessed for those?
Correct.
And we don't know how many houses, but as far as, like, those went through as expected according to the plan?
Well, phase 1, which was the Flint's Pond area and Middlesex going towards Chelmsford from the bridge, that actually failed at town meeting first. And we went a year later, brought back a different plan. We eliminated Flint's Pond area. And those folks actually, at that meeting, amended it to include them. So this is a similar situation where the neighbors are upset. They don't want to have to pay. A year later, they're like, oh, we probably should have done that. It's going to help our pond and all that stuff. And this is a similar situation, but that's probably what will happen. We won't move forward if it gets failed.
Okay, the last thing I'll say, Mr. Moderator, is
Please.
I think we've had a lot of conversations about whether there was engagement with residents if they felt heard. And I would just say, whether this goes forward now or later, if it votes down or however we move forward, I think that this was a lesson for us to learn about how we engage residents in the location that's being impacted. We could say all day long that this was approved in 2010 and just move on. Obviously, that wasn't the right thing by our residents, so I think we've learned a lesson here either way.
So just an FYI, phases 1 and 2, we did do an outreach for the people involved. Mostly businesses along phase 2 on the upper part of Middlesex Road, but we're not at that stage yet. We had a meeting on site with some neighbors that we were trying to figure out the design at that point. So there was nothing etched in stone then. We're still not at that point, although we do have a design that we got a grant for, so that was paid for through design, so those costs aren't going to the neighborhood.
So, Mr. Moderator, maybe that's actually the point of clarification that we need, which is, if we get a yes vote, does that mean we have a plan and we're moving forward and there's definitely betterments assessed, or is a yes vote moving forward with the ability to appropriate should we get to a situation where we have a plan and betterments?
Mr. Moderator,
I'm going with what I'm reading. Go right ahead.
Yeah.
So the practical answer to that question is that town meeting tonight is being asked to authorize the sewer commission to do two things and two things only. One is to borrow up to $850,000 for that 20% match. The second is to authorize them to negotiate with affected landowners' easements. The third approval, which is not on the ballot, on the question tonight, which would be at a subsequent town meeting, would be the question about whether or not to authorize the sewer commission to assess the betterments, which is, I think, what we're hearing a lot about. That is not subject to the question tonight, and so a yes vote tonight does not give them the authority to assess betterments. It gives them the authority to apply for to get the borrowing in case they get the grant, and to negotiate with individual homeowners' easements. They would have to come back to a future town meeting to get the authority to assess betterments.
Thank you for that
Mr. Manager.
clarification.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you. Further discussion. Thank you for your patience.
Russ Anderson, 6 Parker Lane, Tyngsborough. My concerns as a resident is this is being forced upon us. There's no choice. If this passes, it's mandatory big money that's coming out of our pockets. There is a loan available from the town, I understand, but then taking over from the stub where the pot line, where the sewer line is, that's all up to us. So the money keeps adding up. It's going to be more than replacing my sewer system. Our sewer system, we don't have a need. Most of the people we've talked to, there's 50-something residents that if it passes by your house, you're going to be out $19,000 to $23,000, whether you attach to it or not. If you attach to it, then from there forward, that's all out of your pocket too. It's not a choice. You're being forced into this. And the word betterment project kind of catch-22 because the overflows from Lowell, Manchester make up for 90% of the raw sewage according to the Merrimack Valley watershed. 2023, it was 2 billion gallons of raw sewage in the Merrimack River. 2024, it was 900 million. It was 2 billion in 23, which was the wettest season. Every time it rains, we get emails from the Manchester one. It's a sprinkle. They're have to open up. They're at max capacity. Our sewer would be now going from safe septic systems that aren't creating an environmental hazard to a system that has a problem that does create environmental hazard. But the big thing is being forced to do that at big money. That's not that's, as town board of selectmen, looking out for the residents. And we shot this down 20 years ago when they wanted sewer on the whole side of the bridge, because land that can't perk, where you can't build, if there's a septic system going through it, that'll make that land buildable. So these beautiful woods and stuff you see go by, they'll start to pop up and fill in, because now they got a way to get rid of the waste. And don't be surprised if somebody offers to buy your whole street and pop up bigger houses. You do not want this last quarter, the northeast corner of Tyngsborough, to look like the southwest, southeast, and the northwest, which, it's a big H. It's nothing but strip homes and housing. That just puts bigger burden on all the rest of our facilities, schooling, fire, and police.
Thank you.
So a no vote.
Sir, just 30 more seconds, please. Let's bring it together. Thank you.
Yep, so no vote would stop this.
Correct, and no vote will stop it. Thank you. Next. I'm just trying to keep it moving, folks. We have other things going on. Please.
But the mic's too tall because I'm too short. Jill Clements, 61 Riverbend.
Thank you.
I live in a tiny little house at a dead end that belonged to my husband's grandparents as their summer camp. I raised my kids there. The plan being from 2010 without any updating to it says to me the town's needs may have changed. Certainly the world of environmentalists' opinions of septic systems have changed in the last 20 years, which is why you see some communities moving away from sewer. I have not seen any evidence presented by the town that these areas are leaching into the river. There's just this assumption they're near the river, and so the septics must be leaching. I haven't seen evidence of that, but we do have evidence that the waste treatment facilities are releasing raw sewage, I think 46 times in 2025 in Lowell, because of overcapacity. So adding to that, when the residents don't want it, adding to that the fact that Parker Lane and Riverbend, I can't speak to the other areas, but Parker Lane and Riverbend are these tiny little narrow streets that when I met with the engineers when they were out surveying, the sewer will go right down the center. It's going to be laid under the bed of the road. And when I asked them, how will you maintain access to these dead-end streets, to the homes at the end, they said, well, the town will probably make that a priority. And that was the only answer I could get. So I don't even know if I will have access to my street. I have a little brace on my leg. I have a handicap placard. I am also 63 years old and had to, at 61, take out a mortgage on my home for the first time, which is a 30-year mortgage. So, hey, looking forward to paying that till I'm 93. You now have raised, groceries, gas, et cetera, healthcare going through the roof. We have a new middle school, which has increased taxes that I voted.
Ma'am, I got to get you to bring it just within the sewer.
That I voted.
We could be all night on this question.
But this is part of the extension that I voted for.
Okay, I understand.
The select board is recommending a reduction in the CPC to give people a tax break, and this is going to add somewhere between $20,000 and $40,000 to me personally that I cannot afford, and I will not be able to stay in Tyngsborough. Full stop. End of story.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Please vote no.
Yep. Thank you.
Renee Varney, 16 Poitras Ave. So my house burned down in 2020, and 5 days before I got my occupancy permit, I was told I needed Title V. Someone dropped the ball and never told me I had to Title V. So when I Title V'd, I failed, and lo and behold, I was told I had to put a brand new septic system in when only my leach field failed. But that wasn't good enough for the Board of Health. They made me put a brand new system in. Money I didn't have. $26,000 completely wiped out my savings. Okay? During this house fire, I lost my mother, so I was dealing with that on top of having to replace a septic, wipe out my savings. Well, my daughter left 5 grandkids with me, so it's like, okay. So I put a brand new septic system in because if I didn't, guess what? I was told I was going to go to jail because she said that I would leach septic. Now, the guy who replaced my system told her, wrote a letter, said that it wasn't going to cause any damage, that I would be okay if I pumped every year until the new septic went in down the street. That wasn't good enough for her. Okay, she took me to court.
Are you for or against this?
I'm against it.
Okay, I'm just kind of bringing it in, folks.
Why would I be for it when I spent 26 grand?
I'm with you.
Please let me talk, because I'm so frustrated.
I am, but I'm not going to let
Because
you go.
if I
Folks,
tried
we
to
got
sell-
7 people behind you. We're not going to stay here all night.
matter.
I'm going to
Doesn't
move the
matter.
question in a bit.
I have
Go
a
ahead.
home
Go
now
ahead.
that I have to sell.
Go right
Do you
ahead.
think
Go right-
anyone's going to buy my home
Ma'am, don't
when they
yell.
find out they have to pay a betterment fee?
Okay,
They're going to have to pay. They're
Okay,
not
I
gonna
can
buy
hear
my
you.
house. I'm going to have to sell my house cheaper.
I
And you know
understand.
what's going to happen? I have 5 grandkids and a daughter and a husband who live in my house. And we have to sell now because I can't afford another dime in taxes. Okay, so I have to make the shitty choice
Ma'am,
to
your
buy
language.
2 houses cheap and put half my grandkids in one house and us in another half of a house. You know why? Because I can't afford to stay in here anymore. I have to sell a house that was my mother's. I have to leave the town. I have to uproot children that are so traumatized by everything that happened to them because you want to put SOAR down the street that doesn't need. It's cheaper to put in septic systems. It's cheaper.
Okay.
It is way cheaper. People, wake up. Don't vote for this.
I'm not trying to upset you, ma'am, or anyone else. I'm just trying to keep it moving. I think a lot of us are getting a feel for the room, perhaps. Go ahead and continue to talk. The next person, please. I think you're getting a feel for the room. I think the moderator is. Let's continue and perhaps bring this to a vote.
Thank you. Lynn Valcourt Blanchette at 41 Patricia Drive. I respectfully oppose Article 17 as currently presented. While I support responsible infrastructure improvements, this proposal raises serious concerns about cost, transparency, and impact on residents. I grew up in Lawrence and drank the Merrimack River water. It was not good. I recently moved from Hudson, Mass., where there was significant PFAS concerns. When I came to Tyngsborough, I was finally able to drink well water without the heavy treatment taste. That matters. As a recent widow, I'm already navigating major life changes. I have just invested in a new well pump, septic updates, and filtration system. This proposal introduces significant, immediate financial burden with little flexibility. While it is stated that connection is not mandatory, I need to clarity. If I sell my home, which I must do with probate coming up, I must sell it. If I sell my home, will I be required to pay this betterment cost up front as part of that sale? Can you answer that to me now?
No, because this is not betterments in this bill tonight. Is that correct, Colin?
Correct. This article is not about betterment.
This is not about betterments tonight, so that answers that question.
Right, but future.
But you asked, that was the question you
Okay,
asked.
so it's not now, but the next time we come and vote, it's exactly what's going to happen.
It's possibly.
I'm going to be required to pay between $25,000 and $40,000 after I've already spent over 20 grand. And as a recent widow, that is not something that I would anticipate. I have to do it because I cannot sell without doing that. And to say otherwise is just disingenuous. The combination of high costs, unanswered questions, and personal financial impacts to me and many of my neighbors make this difficult to support in its current form. I believe more transparency and clearer guidance are needed before moving this forward. For these reasons, I urge my neighbors and my community to vote no on Article 17 at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Heather Black. I live at 41 Phalanx Street. I will not repeat the things that other people have mentioned here, but I would like to remind the people that are here present tonight that this is a phase within a multi-level project, and this affects a few families right now, but will affect many in future.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And finally, thank you, sir.
Good evening, Captain Randy Tower. I just have a quick question. I don't know if
Sure.
this is the appropriate thing, but if the system goes in, they approve the money, it goes in, will the town, if the town or the sewer department have to take over the responsibility for these homes, if they have to have the sewer grinder pump, as my house has? I've been here since 26, replaced it 3 times and $6,000.
Yep.
Whereas the town of Chelmsford, with the sewer department, they take that responsibility. So
Sure.
that's my question.
Brian, that's a question to you.
I don't believe the design should all be
Gravity?
So I don't believe there's any, but if your house is sitting down low, then I believe we're going to pick them all up gravity.
Well, I'm on top of the highest place in town, and
Well, then you should be fine.
I got to pump it out.
Oh, gotcha.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Darrell Wickens, 36 Old Ting Road, member of the Sewer Commission, and I will keep this brief because it doesn't take a genius to figure out the room is angry. Select member, I applaud you for doing your homework. You're probably one of the only ones in the room that did your homework. I'm not on Tyngsborough Talk. They don't want me on Tyngsborough Talk. At least my wife doesn't. But my son's been sharing what's been said, and you put some clarity and some reasoning into it. The basic democracy is a wonderful thing. You all get to vote. You get to vote tonight how to spend your money, right? What we did was we go to the government, as Brian mentioned, they funded the design, almost $1 million. We got grants for that. Townspeople don't pay for that. We go for grants. None of these sewer projects can be done on the backs of the ratepayers. The government has to fund a majority of it. And there's limited amount of money. The senators and Congress folks love to give out money and see this stuff because they can go say, look what we did in Tyngsborough, what we did in Drake. But an 80% match, that doesn't take a financial genius. Somebody's going to give you $80 on a $100 project, and you've got to kick in 20%. Not a bad deal. Now, if you don't want sewer, you can vote no, and that is your prerogative. You're not forced to have sewer. But what we're bringing to the table is an 80-20 match. It doesn't get any better than that. And the federal government and also the state, these senators and Congress folks want this stuff put in. They don't want to propose or give you a grant and have the townspeople continue to deny it, because you know what happens? They don't offer it anymore to you. So, whatever, I'm just telling you, I'm working on the facts, that's all. So you don't have to. It may come around again, it may not, but none of these projects are going to get done on the backs of the folks, that's all.
Thank you for clarification. Last discussion.
Christine Smith, 10 Wickesy Road. I have 3 homes on Wickesy Road between 4 generations.
A little closer to the mic.
I have 3 homes.
No, I heard you. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
2 of those homes are people on fixed income that have been here. The first arrived in 1943. They already have a backup plan on how to leave because of this. I don't feel we have an option. If this passes, we either pay the betterment or finance $30,000. Now, I understand some people are affluent. We are not. Another mortgage would force numerous amounts of families to leave. The foundation of Tyngsborough, the foundation of what Tyngsborough was built on, is leaving. You're forcing people out by strong-arming us. We don't have an option if it passes. Pay the betterment or pay the $30,000. How is that fair if nobody takes into account? I understand the Congress wants this done. I don't really care. If they give us 80, thank you. If they give us $80 out of 100 and there's 20 left over and we don't have the 20, where are we going to get it? You're going to get blood from a stone. You can't. Think about the families that are working, living paycheck to paycheck to live in Tyngsborough for the school systems. That's why I stayed. That failed me. And now I am here to try to save my home. I'm trying to get you people to understand. These are people's homes. These are people's lives. You are going to have a mass exodus. You really are.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your words. Last words, folks. Kind of hearing the same things again. Go right ahead.
Jim Barrett, 44 Highland Street. No, you're not going to hear the same thing again.
There you go, Jim.
Because as I was listening to this, I couldn't help but thinking of the people, by the people, for the people. Whether you agree with it or not, it shouldn't.
Go ahead.
Whether you agree with it or not, it shouldn't be about some senator deciding what's good for us. If it is, we're voting for the wrong people.
All right. Any last discussion, Article 17? Hearing none. All those in favor of Article 17, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
We're going to struggle getting a two-thirds on that one, folks?
I don't think
All
so.
those opposed to Article 17, please signify by saying nay. Nay! I'm feeling pretty good about that one.
I think you can call it on a verbal.
I'm just going to call that.
Yeah.
That did not hit its two-thirds majority. I'm just going to call it. All right. Okay, Article 18, Citizens Petition, exemption from certain provisions of Chapter 135 of the Acts of 2024. Mr. Murphy, you have a presentation, and I know you're going to keep it short and sweet and get right to the point. Go right ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that the town vote to exempt itself from certain provisions of Chapter 135 of the Acts of 2024, specifically Sections 124K2I, to allow properly licensed individuals to carry firearms in municipal buildings, excluding schools, school grounds, and school-sponsored events.
Thank you. That's a motion. Do I have a second? A motion and a second. Explanation, please, Mr. Murphy.
This article is about a simple question: who should decide policy in Tyngsborough, the state or the people who live here? Right now, that decision has already been made for us. In slide one, let me walk through what this article really does.
Thank you.
Under Chapter 135 of the Acts of 2024, the state imposed a blanket restriction on firearms in municipal buildings. This article gives Tyngsborough the ability to opt out of that provision and restore local control. It's important to be clear about what this has not changed. Schools, school grounds, and school-sponsored events remain fully protected. Without this article, we have no say at all in how these policies apply to our town buildings. I've also heard that concern that town employees, including libraries and town hall staff, should have been polled on this issue. Their perspectives absolutely matter when we're talking about how buildings are managed day to day. But this article is not about internal workplace policy. It's about the right of licensed residents. And to be clear, this hasn't been approached casually. I've spoken with the police chief and the town manager, and we've discussed how local policies could be structured if this article passes. A yes vote doesn't create uncertainty. It creates the ability to implement thoughtful, locally informed policy with input from leadership, public safety, and employees. Slide 2. So the real question becomes, what is the impact of keeping that control local versus leaving it with the state? A yes vote restores local decision-making. A no vote keeps a one-size-fits-all decided outside this community. And we should be honest about who it actually affects. These laws don't stop someone intent on doing harm. By definition, they're already breaking the law. What they do impact are law-abiding, licensed residents, the people who follow every requirement the state put in place. In closing, this article is not about removing safeguards. It's allowing Tyngsborough to apply them thoughtfully and locally based on our buildings and our community. With local control, town leadership, public safety officials, and community input, including employees, can all be part of shaping appropriate policies. And I think it's also important to address a basic question that often comes up: why do people carry at all? For most licensed individuals, it's not about confrontation, it's not about making a statement, it's about personal responsibility. The belief that in an unpredictable situation, they may need to protect themselves or others until help arrives. These individuals who have gone through the Commonwealth's licensing process, background checks, and legal requirements. They are, by definition, law-abiding. This article doesn't require anyone to agree with that choice, but it does ask whether that decision, for those properly licensed, should be respected at the local level or removed entirely by a blanket rule from the state. Town meetings where we make those decisions. A yes vote puts that authority back where it belongs, here. Thank you.
Thank you. Discussion, please. Article 18.
Hi, Ben Hayden, 24 Willowdale Ave. I have a question and a concern. The question is, passing this with a yes vote does not immediately allow licensed carriers to carry in all of these buildings. It would just pass that, would give the town the ability to say if they can or cannot, correct?
Is that correct, John?
My understanding is that this would then have to go up to the Attorney General, get approval internally.
I don't think that's the question. Go ahead, Colin.
Because this is adopting a local option statute, it's one of the few things that doesn't require the AG's approval. So the answer is yes. If this passes tonight, that goes into effect immediately.
Okay. So it would be immediately, as this goes into effect, licensed carriers can carry in whatever buildings that this would.
That are part of this.
Yep.
Yep.
My concern is, and I just moved here 10 months ago, to be honest with you. I listened to the pre-town meeting the other day, and something that you said sort of concerned me as someone who doesn't carry. I believe you said something to the effect of, I can be carrying a firearm and forget that I'm carrying a firearm, and if I walk in a town hall, I am a felon. My concern is how can you forget that you're carrying a weapon?
Mr. Automator, if I may.
Thank you for that question. Go right ahead.
To you, Mr. Moderator.
Yep.
What people don't realize is those of us who do carry, the weapon becomes an extension of your body. And with so, it is part of your body, it's there all the time. And you don't always necessarily feel that it's there because you're so used to carrying it all the time. And in fact, if for some reason I personally did not have my weapon on me and I needed it, I would immediately reach for it and I would assume that it was there. It's one of those things that for licensed carriers, it becomes an extension of yourself. And that's what I meant by that statement. And there are times, yes, I don't feel that I'm carrying the weapon. I might realize that it's there, but I always assume it's there.
Did that answer your question?
It does. It doesn't alleviate my concern for the fact that regardless if you are a person who, I'm not licensed to carry, I don't plan on buying a gun, but I've been a scout. I was a scout for many years. I know how to handle firearms. I struggle to put this into words in a way that makes sense even to myself, but you are carrying something, whether it is for the purposes of self-defense or not, that is made to kill or harm. And I struggle to understand how at any point in time you can forget that you have something on your person that can kill another person.
I think it was explained to the best of his ability, but I hear what you're saying.
It was, I just don't.
Sure.
I understand it myself. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Further discussion, Article 18.
Mr. Moderator, my name is Kathleen Spaeth and I live at 2 Minute Man Drive. Thank you, Mr. Murphy, for bringing this petition forward. I think I understand some of the arguments, but I have a few questions about the logistics, please. Understanding, please, who exercises local control over the application of said law? We're being asked to vote on that tonight, and I'd like to know who would be exercising that.
Town meeting.
Town meeting?
Correct.
Okay. So town meeting is going to screen properly licensed individuals to carry firearms within the municipal buildings and facilities?
No, this is a local option, which means that the ability to allow legally licensed carriers in public buildings, it's a decision by town meeting. So town meeting doesn't get to see a list of people if they're lawfully licensed in Massachusetts through their local police department or the Tyngsborough Police Department. By Tyngsborough exercising its right to adopt this exception, they're allowed to do so. That's the extent of town meeting's control. You authorize the exemption from an otherwise state statute.
But these licensed carriers, and I don't mean to be dancing around this, but these licensed carriers would have already been screened by their local police department to be licensed carriers.
That is correct.
Okay. How many municipal buildings and facilities would be affected by this article tonight?
All but schools.
All but schools. So do we have a rough number of the number of buildings?
The ones that are open to the public, it's the Old Town Hall, the First Parish, five or six, not including police and fire.
Okay, all right. And then there's one more question. Give me 1 second. I can't read my writing. I guess it's not important. Thank you, I appreciate it.
Further discussion, Article 18. It may come to you.
Hello, Konstantinos Kalabokas, 29 Virginia Road. Looking at this law, I see it doesn't just cover concealed weapons. You can bring a rifle or a shotgun into a municipal building. Is that correct?
Please.
Sure. Mr. Moderator, yes. Right now, we have the license, we have the ability actually to carry openly. I could have a holster with my gun hanging out right now, not in this building because it's a school, but I could be walking around town with it. The issue is that people don't do that because people would then be calling the police, and the police would come to investigate and see that there was no wrongdoing. We have not had an issue prior to now. It was only 18 months ago when this law went into effect. There were no issues with town hall, with people carrying weapons visibly into town hall up until that point. So yes, we have the law right now where you could carry an AK-47 if you wanted to into the town center. But that's not covered by this law either. So we have the ability to carry a weapon openly in the town. That's not what this is about. This is about people that are licensed carriers that have concealed carry, that have the ability to go into the town hall and act as if we did 18 months ago.
Thank you. A few more questions, if I may.
Please.
There are boundaries in place today at the federal and the state level, not just the local level. Anywhere where there's a large public gathering, you cannot bring a firearm. You cannot go to Gillette Stadium, you cannot go to TD Bank, you cannot go to a post office, you cannot go to a federal building, and there's many other places. So it's not limited anybody's rights. There are guidelines already in place. So my next question would be, at the next town meeting, could somebody walk in here with an AK-47 and that'd be in accordance with our law?
This would be a school. So that will never be part of this rule.
But we're not in a school setting, right? We're in a public.
This is a school.
This is a school building.
So this,
it's always
school property.
Right, is that correct?
This is a school,
Yep.
and this is always covered. You will never be able to bring a firearm in here legally, but yes, someone could come in with a gun right now and shoot everybody.
Yep. Thank you.
Because that's still illegal.
Thank you. I just want to say I would vote no on this, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Further discussion, Article 18.
Hi, Diane LaRose, 6 Sleepy Hollow Lane. Just again to reiterate what John already said is...
Oh, closer to the mic.
This law only took effect October 2024. For 249 years of our country, we have been able to do this. Licensed individuals that have been background checked, fingerprinted. Not just anybody, but those individuals. The people that mean to harm aren't those people. People that want to do harm, kill or harm, as the first guy said, that's a different situation. They're going to do what they want to do. Licensed individuals that carry on a regular basis do it for protection. They don't carry to kill or to harm. They do it for protection. I have a 15-month-old granddaughter. I have a 2.5-year-old grandson. I will protect them with my life. This is all this is about. We can go to a restaurant. We can go to a mall. They took our rights away. The state just wiped out our rights without anyone even knowing. I only came across this when I was working on for the Council of Aging, we were working on a new manual, and this is how I came across this. I called the police station for clarification. They had no idea. They said, we don't know. We don't know anything about that. I called Colin. Colin and I spoke about it. Colin said, we've never had a problem in the town hall. I did get a call back from a lieutenant from the police department, and after her and I talked about it for a while, she told me that it's crazy because this would make these buildings a soft target, an easy target. People that mean to harm are not going to follow the law. So just keep that in mind. I'm asking you to please support us. Say yes. Vote yes. Support freedom and safety, because that's all we want to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion, Article 18.
That was my wife.
Name and address? Yeah.
Roger LaRose, same address.
Yep. Thank you, Roger.
So, yeah, my wife's a smart woman. She found this, the Council of Aging put together a 10-page boilerplate, rules and regulations, set of documents, and she discovered this in it. The police department went to several gun clubs and with the help of John, kind of navigated through this and found this in this 106-page gun law that we are now bound by. I won't go over the whole thing because it gets lengthy, but We are no longer allowed to have any weapons in the state, purchase any weapons that have magazines. So we're restricted to technology that ends at 1863 with the advent of the bolt action. So it's a very heavy standing law. I have a couple of points I want to make. Probably switch right to some statistics, and this is brought to you by the NRA and Concealed Carry magazine and their articles, some of these stats. 2 million crimes are stopped by legal gun owners every year. Twice as many legal gun owners stop crimes in the line of fire than police officers. Not because our police officers aren't doing their job, they actually are. I love this police force. But we are in the places that they are not. So the idea, as my wife said, that we're in these soft targets, we're present there. John kind of went to the idea of, yes, you could probably carry a shotgun or an AK, but that's not the reality of it, because you really have to be concerned about printing. And what is printing? Printing would be where your handgun may be located on your hip. It's showing through your article of clothing. You could be red flagged, things like that. So no, it's just people carrying concealed, walking through life as they always do. And as my wife has mentioned, we've had that right in this town and all other towns of the state up until 15 months ago with this new gun bill that was passed. Another statistic, 90% of all guns used in criminal shootings are not legally purchased. They come through our southern border, they come through robberies, they come through gun stores that are robbed. 90% of all guns used are handguns in crimes. This is just common sense stuff. I've heard our select board, I'm not going to belittle them, I'm not going to say something negative because I want to extend grace. But again, my wife discovered this, and the mock vote that they did, John sent it to me, it was just a complete lack of objectiveness and a lack of understanding of what we're bringing forward. In a sense, they were ridiculing this article, calling it, and I quote, "the worst idea for a warrant article ever. I just wish that this town, and I've heard it in so many other things, would conduct themselves in a manner that is eloquent and behooves what town officials should conduct themselves at." So,
one more minute, sir.
So
Okay,
whether
let's wrap
you
it up.
vote yes or no, I mean, I'd prefer that you vote with us and allow us to carry concealed in this town, but I just want to say that it's imperative that we work together as a town, and I could do without the insults. Thank you for your time.
Yep. Next, thank you. For further discussion.
All right, hello, Michael Roach, 6 National Lane. Just want to remind people that the Massachusetts Constitution still grants the right to bear arms. The language is part of the original 1780 Massachusetts Constitution, the oldest written constitution still in the use in the world. 250 years ago, now 251, we answered the call. Minutemen from Tyngsborough went to the Concord Bridge and fought against tyrants that were trying to remove their powder and their right to bear arms. So I think 250 years ago, if we're still fighting this, despite the Second Amendment, the Massachusetts Constitution that still continues the right to bear arms, and it is to push back against criminals and tyrants. It's not to threaten anybody else, it's just to push back. And I implore the town to continue to allow people to have the right to bear arms. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion, Article 18.
Hi, Ann Conant, 2 Davis Road. Mr. Moderator, I'm addressing you tonight in my official capacity as the chair of the Tyngsborough Library Board of Trustees. At their last meeting, this town-elected board made an unprecedented move to comment on the citizens' petition before you. At that meeting, the trustees voted 6-0-0 to not recommend this warrant article. These board members bear many responsibilities concerning the town's public library and wanted to make their unanimous opposition to this article duly noted. Our explanation: the The trustees serve as the fiscal agents of the library and as such develop budgets, oversee spending, and control trust funds. In that capacity, the board members have concerns about liability issues should any weapons discharge accidentally or otherwise in the library or on library grounds. More importantly, the trustees are responsible for the safety of the staff, volunteers, and large number of patrons who are in our library daily. Our policy subcommittee develops policies that the library director enforces to keep the library and environs a safe space for everyone. Always of particular concern is the safety of our youngest patrons, the children. In fiscal year 2025, the library hosted 94 on-site children's programs for children ages 0 to 12 years, with a total of 3,230 participants, and 20 off-site programs for 1,185 children. Clearly, children's programs are one of the library's most popular offerings, so much so that often the nature of these programmings and the size of the crowd exceed the library's capacity. Consequently, other municipal properties are used, such as the community room, the Old Town Hall, and the Sherburne property. That said, for the safety of large groups of children, the state obviously has seen fit by law to exclude schools, school grounds, and school transport from locales where private citizens may carry firearms. So with this all in mind, the library board, by a vote of 600, respectfully proposes the following amendment to Article 18, after the words school-sponsored events, by adding the words and the Tyngsborough Public Library, library grounds, and library-sponsored programs and events. Thank you.
You have that to paper, so we can give the, or do you have it? You don't have a copy of that, do you? Yeah, we're going to need a copy of that, Ian.
Yep.
Okay, so I have an amendment on the floor. Do I have a second to that? Okay, shall we make that motion now?
Yeah, make it now, and it's a majority.
Okay, we have an amendment on the floor. We'll speak only on that at this point. Is there any discussion on the amendment on the floor to exclude the library? Hearing none. I'm sorry, we keep moving here.
Wait, sorry, Diane.
This has to do with the library, right?
Yep,
Okay.
Diane LaRose, 6 Sleepy Hollow. I just wanted to say, Ian, I appreciate all that, but you say it's your job to keep them safe. If somebody looking to harm comes into the library with a gun, they're not a licensed carrier, they look into harm, and I'm then in there with my granddaughter, and I can't have my weapon, what are you going to do to protect my granddaughter and the other kids?
Let's keep the questions through the moderator.
Okay?
Okay.
And one other thing I wanted to add is there are a lot of other towns opting out of this. Drake just recently did as well.
Thank you.
Forgot to mention.
Further discuss on the amendment only at this point. Yes, please.
Jim Paletti, 42 Steinbeck Street. As a member, a former employee of a gun company for over 20 years, and an honorably discharged veteran who carries, I'd just like to say on behalf of all my fellow armed citizens, I know there's much both on both sides of why we should not carry and we should. The police are, and I have the utmost respect for our police department and all they do and do their utmost to keep our citizens from harm. But there are times, and it's often that these soft targets, as the library has been spoken, as Diane spoke, and as Roger spoke, that are the targets of the individuals who are crazed, who get weapons by any means possible. There's nothing stops them. It doesn't make a bit of law. That you can enforce 100 laws and it will not stop them. Someone who is hell-bent on doing harm to individuals will find a way, and it's very sad. We as the armed citizens have many times been the reasons why we have prevented other more serious deaths and prevented other things. So I respectfully would ask that you vote for this, that we continue to our Second Amendment right that has been in this country since its founding. So I just respectfully would ask that you vote in the affirmative for this to continue our
Ability to carry weapons.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No problem.
The current way we are allowed to carry they're concealed. And I thank you for your time.
Certainly. I do want to keep this right to the amendment that is on the floor. So we have an amendment on the floor to opt the library out as a place. So if you want to speak, yeah, go ahead, sir. Thank you. Thank you for your patience.
Jeff Shatnoff, 60 Norris Road. This amendment, which I'm opposed, how would that affect since Town Hall is connected to the library?
Valid question. I guess you can't go left, but you can go right.
It's,
yes.
You put tape, yellow tape down and...
No guns here? Guns here?
Yeah.
Right.
This amendment is a joke. It shouldn't be considered.
Okay. Let's finish up on the amendment. Any other questions on the amendment before we vote on the amendment? Please.
I have a question about the amendment. If there are residents who are not interested in having the ability to do this at all, if they would have voted no for the amendment as written, or excuse me, the article as written.
Yep.
If they vote in favor of the amendment, they may be inadvertently voting in favor of something that they...
No, because that's just now going to slightly morph. It's going to morph this article just a little bit, opting out the library. It has nothing to do with the final that will deal with the citizen petition or whether they be allowed to carry in the town hall or any other town building except the library if it were to be amended out. Go ahead. Sure. Yeah, go ahead.
So remember, these are independent motions, so the first decision you have to make is whether or not to approve the amendment. And then if that gets approved, the main motion is decided by you all as amended, so with that amendment in it. If the amendment fails, then it just goes in as originally written. So there'll be two separate and distinct votes. First on the amendment, and then second on the main motion, and it depends whether or not the amendment goes through, if it's an amended main motion or the standard originally written motion.
Nicely done.
So, Council, if I could just clarify what you said. So if, let's say someone came into this meeting intending to vote no, but if they believe, based on the sound of the room, that this may pass, they could vote, they may want to vote yes
at this point to amend out the library.
Exactly. Okay. So if you're interested in preserving or preventing people from carrying guns in the library at minimum, then you would vote yes. And then if you were against it entirely, you would then vote no. If you're in favor of carrying guns in both establishments, you would vote no and no, if that makes sense.
Thank you so much.
No, you do.
Does that?
Yes.
No
and yes. You are
no and yes. Oh gosh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. So it's yes and no, or no and yes. Again, let's just stay with the amendment, folks. The amendment on the floor is added. The library would like to be opted out. Sir, there's a line. I'm sorry. Got to wait your turn.
No, not the library.
Amendment, right? Yeah.
Okay. Sure. Go ahead to the amendment. Thank you, sir.
My name is James Burke. I live at 14 DS Drive. I am a licensed to carry a gun concealed in this town. I went through all the police department, all the checkups, everybody is happy, I'm happy. I carry my license with me. If this passes, I want to know what my rights are. Can I go to town hall carrying my gun if the
full article were to pass? Go ahead.
If that passes, and I go in that front door, this talks about library property. Am I in trouble? You know, it's a joke to say you go right or go left, but if I'm getting out of my car in a parking lot and I'm parked over by the library side, am I going to be in trouble? I want to know the parameters that you're going to put me under before I vote on anything. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Any last discussion, Article 18? I'm not going to read the whole thing. I'm not going to read the vote, but you knew it was 600. I will. Yep. Oh, you want me to read it out loud? Always of particular concern is the safety of our youngest patrons and children. I'll read the last full paragraph. More importantly, the trustees are responsible for the safety of the staff, volunteers, and a large number of patrons who are in the library daily. Our policy subcommittee develops policies that the library director enforces to keep the library environs a safe space for everyone. Always a particular concern is the safety of our youngest patrons, the children. Fiscal year 25, the library hosted 94 on-site children events. Go ahead. Oh, right up close.
Mic's not on.
Can you hear me?
There we go. Thank you.
Okay. So the amendment reads to amend Article 18 after, quote, school-sponsored events by adding the words, quote, and the Tyngsborough Public Library, library grounds, and library-sponsored programs and events.
Thank you. Thank you. Further discussion on the amendment on the floor?
Mr. Moderator.
Yes.
Can you separate that amendment, vote just on that amendment?
That's what we're doing. That is all we're doing. I thank you for helping with the clarity. I'm just trying to get this amendment, whether it flies or dies on its own. Are we ready to vote on this amendment?
Just on the amendment.
Okay. All those in favor of the library's amendment to exclude the library from this citizen's petition, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed?
No!
I'm going to need my counters. I have 1, 2, and did I get 2 over here yet? I need some counters, gentlemen. Would you be able to help me? I need 2 counters on this side and 2 on this side. Oh, and I have you. Sir, right there on the red?
On the right-hand side.
Come on up front. Yes?
Yes, right outside the door on the left. Now's a good time. Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, you're kind of biased, so well, I mean, trying to make those.
I'm sorry, I screwed up on the road, yes.
I know, it's okay. Well, this is confusing. Yes.
All those in favor of the amendment to exclude the library from the citizen petition, hold up your yellow ticket in your right arm at this time. All those in favor of the amendment to exclude the library, hold up your yellow ticket in your right arm at this time. Yep. She wasn't, she wasn't, Oh, no, you're doing good. Your right arm with the yellow ticket in the air again. If you approve the amendment to remove the library from the citizen petition. How we doing, counters? It's a lot of work, and the pay is not good. So they'll come to you. They get to do that. Yeah, yeah. I'm not gonna fool around with it. Yeah, we'll do the best we can. And 90. Opposed to the amendment, Article 18, removing the library from the citizen petition, please hold up your right hand with your yellow ticket at this time. Although opposed to the library's amendment, hold up your arm with your right arm with your yellow ticket at this time. Just a majority. Folks, all those opposed to the amendment pulling the library from the citizen petition, Article 18, again, keep your arm up there just a little longer with your yellow ticket. In favor of the, that's what, so 204 versus 1. We haven't got the. Yeah, right. I'm getting rusty at this. Like each spring when I get on my motorcycle, then I have to relearn the freaking buttons and everything. That scares the bejesus right? Out of me. It's the same. I'm telling you. I have to relearn it. Arms down and rest for a bit, and we'll get the count together in just another moment. Test, test, test. The vote is for the amendment to pull the library from Article 18, 204 for it, and 161 against. The amendment does pass and is now part of the citizen petition, Article 18. Let's continue with Article 18. We have been discussing it for more than a half hour. Is there any further discussion on Article 18 as written, now with the library removed from it? Continue.
My name is Jack Miranda. I'm a retired law enforcement with 40 years on the job, retired 5 years ago. On the first part with the amendment to the library, we have to find out, we should be making an amendment to what they consider are going to be the functions. Because we're voting on this, and all it is functions at the library and schools. There's nothing.
I think we need to focus on this article, sir.
But I'm saying that we can bring up an amendment to
Let's
that.
focus on this article, sir. I beg of you. We've already been a half hour.
I realize that, but this is something that we need to address now.
Where are you on Article 18, sir? That's the most important.
This is Article 18.
No, I know it is. What is your opinion of it? What do you?
What is my opinion?
Yes, please.
I believe it should be passed without the ability of the library.
Well, that's now part of it, but yes.
But this is what I'm saying. I want to make an amendment to it for the simple fact that we don't know what their functions are. You don't know what the distance is going to be for the separation. As it was brought out earlier, you walk into that parking lot. What part of the parking lot is the library? So this is why the amendment should have been brought forward the way it was brought forward.
It was brought forward just like.
This is why I'm saying we need to bring an amendment now.
Is there any further discussion on article? I'd like to bring this to a vote, sir.
I realize
And I think the room would like to bring this to a vote.
Move the question.
I would like to move this question. Is there any further discussion on Article 18? Yes, ma'am.
I'll be very brief. My name is Amity Baldwin, 8 Old Kendall Road. I have just two quick things to say. The first one is all of those lovely, and I'm being sarcastic, NRA statistics. Do they talk about how many children have been killed by guns, have been killed by lawful gun owners, by the guns in their own homes? You know,
Again, let's stay within the confines of this question.
Well, they brought up NRA statistics. Do they have that statistic?
Correct. Thank you.
And then my second question is, how many people in Tyngsborough who carry concealed have saved somebody in a shooting event? How many times has your gun that you're concealing and carrying and saying you have to have in the library, in the municipal buildings, actually prevented a death?
Thank you. Any further discussion, Article 18?
Hi. I just want to...
Your name and address.
Oh, yes. My name is Kaylin Straczynski, 6 Sleepy Hollow Lane.
Thank you.
I just want to further reiterate quickly that this is a law for law-abiding citizens. This is not something that we're trying to pass for people who are trying to go in and do something wrong. This is for people that want to protect the children. This is people who want to protect everyone. I work at a school as a kindergarten teacher, and I am well for this. We just got armed security at my school, and I feel safer than ever. I have a 15-month-old daughter who goes to that school, and I feel that she is now protected. We know the statistics on mass shootings. They happen at schools. I know that's not part of this, but they happen in a lot of public buildings, public events with large amounts of people. And if police aren't there to stop the shooting, then who is? It's only law-abiding citizens who are allowed to concealed carry, not with large long guns, not with rifles, not with AK-47s. That's off the table. This is a concealed handgun that is carried to protect the citizens of this town, the citizens of America. Remember the Constitution. That is what America was founded on. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion, Article 18.
Deborah Wood, 44 Davis Street. I am also currently a kindergarten teacher. You're asking who will protect those kids. I don't conceal carry. I don't carry. I will fight tooth and nail. I will claw to protect every single child to the best of my ability. You're asking who will protect them? I will protect them.
Are you for or against this?
I am against it.
Okay, I know it sounds like a dumb question. I just feel it needed to be said. Any further discussion, Article 18? Hearing none. We're going to do a hand count again. I'm going to need my counters again. All those in favor of Article 18 as amended, we're going to do left hands this time because I know you're getting tired. Put your yellow ticket up. All those in favor of Article 18 citizen petition as amended, please signify by holding up your yellow ticket at this time. I knew it was going to be too close for the verbal, so might as well just why fight it. Oh, yes. Yep, I'll need my counters on this side, too. If you're in favor of Article 18 as printed, your left arm should be up right now with your yellow ticket. As amended. As amended. Sorry.
No.
He's being fine, okay. Hang in there a little longer. The counters are working their way down the side. Again, left arm. If you are in favor of Article 18 as amended, your left arm should be up with your yellow ticket.
Wish I could find a button on that television. I think you're going to lose it.
Oh, are you still there? Yeah, right. Okay.
For what you're doing?
Sorry?
Did you require that monitor for what you're doing?
No. So was this going to go off? And put your arms down. I think the counter's... Oh, counter's wrong. Moderator's wrong. Back up there. Well, it was good rest for a second. Sorry, guys. All right, this side could put your arms down, I think. Yep. Thank you, Thomas. Thank you very much. All right, I think this side you can put your arms down now. Thank you so much for your patience. Counters, thank you so much for the work. Those opposed to Article 18 as amended, stick up your left hand with your yellow ticket at this time. All those opposed to Article 18 as amended, put up your yellow ticket at this time. All those opposed to Article 18 as amended, left arm up, yellow ticket, hang in there. Okay, this side. You can put your arms down. Okay, and they're done. Looks like the counter's maybe done on this side, so you can put your arms down. I've been wrong before, you've already heard it, but you may be good. You can put your arm down now and rest. Oh gosh, we're gonna have to do it again, I'll tell you right now. Okay, you like this one. Article 18, was it 189? Is it? 189 in favor? 9 yea, 191 nay. Well, that's why the chuckle, okay? At that close, we've got to do a recount again. That's quite enough. Because I'm not going to do it all night on this. I think we can do this. Let's try it. That's enough. All those... Order. Count. I want the counters up front. We're going to try a hand count one more time. We're going to try... I understand. We're going to try a hand count one more time. All those in favor of Article 18 as printed, as amended, please signify by holding up your yellow ticket this time. All those in favor of 18 as amended, hold up your yellow ticket this time. Counters, I need you again. Yep, sorry. Yep, I've never had one that close. Wow. All those in favor of Article 18 as amended, hold up your right arm with your yellow ticket this time. As amended, keep your hands up just a little longer. All right, looks like this side is done now. You can put your arms down, right? Counters are still counting over here. Again, thank you, counters. That's in favor. In favor of 99. Okay, how are we doing over here? All right, you can put your hands down over here. All those opposed to Article 18 as amended, hold up your yellow ticket at this time. All those opposed to Article 18 as amended, please hold up your yellow ticket at this time. All right, just a little more. Again, all those opposed to Article 18 as amended, hold up your yellow ticket just a little longer. Okay, this side can put their arm, I think everybody can put their arms down, right? Oh, no, I'm sorry, this side, back up. You guys are good. Down, up. Yeah, we're still trying to come up with a number that works on this side. Yeah, again, just this side. Keep your arms up. All those opposed to Article 18 as amended. What you got? Article 18, second time voting. All those in favor of Article 18 as amended, 195. Opposed, 191. Article 18 does pass by 4 votes. Okay. Folks. Article 19, citizens petition. Rescind the 1968 agreement with, quiet please. That's quite enough. Article 19, citizens petition, rescind the 1968 agreement with Dracut regarding the Florida League Club on Long Pond. Do I have a motion on Article 19? Yes, please, right to the mic. Nice and loud. You can just make the motion first. Go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to propose the Article 19 as written.
Do I have a second? Second. I have a motion and a second for Article 19. Go ahead and explain, please.
I'm Mary Lanzillo, 20 Elm Street, and I'm here to request the Select Board to end the 1968 agreement between Tyngsborough and Dracut because it's simply not fair to Tyngsborough. This agreement is outdated and no longer meets the intent of the original agreement and has not been reviewed in 58 years. This agreement was crafted prior to the town of Dracut allowing the additional square footage of the club with the outside cabanas. Town meeting is our process as the governing body for the Select Board to review this antiquated agreement. Slide number 1. In 1968, this was a quiet social club on a pre-existing non-conforming lot in a residential area. It is now, through loopholes, essentially a fully functional bar and restaurant operating in Tyngsborough, yet Drake controls the following: liquor license, entertainment license, common vic license, building inspections, occupancy, safety inspections, environmental impacts. Next slide, please, Colin. Under this agreement, Tyngsborough receives no revenue at all. No licensing fees, no meals tax, no local permits, yet we absorb every cost created by this business operating, which in essence is located in Tyngsborough. 75% of the land that is used in the utilization of this operation is in the town of Tyngsborough. All traffic must go through this Tyngsborough residential neighborhood. And who pays for the repair of that damage? We do, not Drake. Why is Tyngsborough subsidizing a Drake business? Next slide, please. The traffic to this site has grown dramatically on a dead-end, no-outlet road. That means double the traffic, double the noise, and double the disruption for the neighborhood. With this increase in traffic, it comes with heavy trucking on a residential grade road. Those roads pound Tyngsborough's pavement every day, delivering alcohol, beer, provisions, and hauling out waste. There is overcrowded parking on the street. Emergency apparatus has and could have difficulty responding to an emergency call. Next slide. And speaking of emergency apparatus and services, our police and fire departments are responding to an increasing number of 911 calls generated by this operation. Every one of those calls requires Tyngsborough personnel, Tyngsborough equipment, and Tyngsborough taxpayer dollars. Drake contributes nothing towards those rising public safety costs. And there is more, and then there is the impact on the neighborhood itself. Residents are dealing with noise, late night activity, and unmanaged waste, overflowing dumpsters, trash blowing into nearby property, and the constant disruption that comes with it. There are also patrons of the establishment wandering into our yards, cutting across private property and approaching homes. These are real burdens placed on Tyngsborough families with no mechanism for relief under the outdated agreement. Tyngsborough has no control of what is happening in Tyngsborough. Why do we let Drake control our residential area? So we are left with the simple truth. Tyngsborough pays every bill, and Tyngsborough gets nothing in return. This is not partnership, this is not balance, and it's not fair to the people of Tyngsborough. Supporting this article is the only way to restore fairness, and to ensure that any business operating in Tyngsborough contributes to Tyngsborough. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there some explanation here? Thank you. Thank you, Eric.
Mr. Moderator.
Yeah, please.
Mr. Moderator, I would like to ask council, what would the impact of passing this article be? Specifically, is it binding?
So this is not binding. It's more taking the temperature of the town, because you all are the legislative body and the appropriation body, whereas the executives execute these kinds of agreements. So the town meeting just doesn't have jurisdiction, so this is more of taking the temperature.
So what we could say yes or no, and we certainly will this evening, but it's a non-binding referendum. Yes, please.
Rayanne J6, 79 Muscoppic Trail. Mr. Moderator, I would ask that someone from the Finance Committee speak to why it is they oppose this.
Sure.
And for this, Colin, I may defer to you for... So, as we understand, as was explained to us, this would not have any financial effect on our town.
So
that's...
I see. I thought you were asking me to explain why you voted no. I wasn't.
Okay.
I think what the Finance Committee is talking about is that all of the concerns that Mary has pointed out are legitimate, and I've met with Mary and many of her neighbors quite a bit about this. The financial piece, which I think is what Mr. Clausen is referencing, although most of the land is in Tyngsborough, you don't license the land. So the liquor license, more than 75% of that is in Drake. There's no scenario where the state of Massachusetts lets both Drake and Tyngsborough issue a liquor license. That's your biggest license fee. In Tyngsborough, we charge $3,000. I'm not sure what Drake charges. The club also serves food, and so they pay meals tax. But again, I'm not aware of a mechanism where the meals tax could be split between Tyngsborough and Dracut. This isn't unique in that the casino.
It's a state anyway.
Correct, but it does come back down. It comes back to the city or town. The casino is a great example of another property where most of the land is in Tyngsborough, but we had no control over the permitting. So I think that's what Mr. Clausen was talking about from a financial impact. There's no scenario where the state lets both entities, both towns, license the bar.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I would say that I think that it is a good idea that this what do we call it?
The agreement be rescinded?
The agreement, I would say, that the agreement at least be looked at again and updated from 1968.
Thank you. Any last discussion on 19? We'll go to a vote. Again, it's non-binding. I'll let this gentleman speak.
Sorry, Jeff Bowe, 33 Virginia Road. Just wanted to quickly, I don't know if...
Right to the mic, Jeff.
Sorry. I don't know if the legal name is still the Fleur-de-Lis, but I think it's called the Sandbar, the Sandbar Beach Club and Grill.
Yeah.
Does that make a difference in this article at all?
I don't know that it does.
Because it's non-binding, the answer in short is no. The 1968 agreement was with the Fleur-de-Lis. That agreement was renewed in 2022 with the current owners, which is the Sandbar Beach Club.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Any last discussion on this article before we move on? Article
Mary
19.
Lanzillo, 20 Elm Street. Yes, that agreement was extended, but the language still included of the location of formerly known as the Fleur-de-Lis.
Sure.
That's why my article was proposed that way. Also, I understand this is non-binding, but as the legislation body for the town meeting, I believe it's a directive for, at least if they vote in favor of this, for the select board to look into reviewing this agreement because it no longer favors Tyngsborough. And if it notifies the town of Dracut and the ABCC and we enter into if we enter into talks to amend this, then yes, there are financial implications that can come to the town of Tyngsborough that we don't have now if we can retain sole licensure of it. And again, to the point of the majority of the land, if you just go to the lot itself that the building is located on, not the additional parking lots, 0.27 acres of that lot is in Tyngsborough, 0.22 is in Dracut. This agreement was entered into because of a licensing issue between the two towns 58 years ago. It is no longer relevant, and Tyngsborough pays for everything.
All right, thank you. Any last discussion on this before we vote? Again, non-binding.
Mr. Moderator, my name is Kathleen Spaeth, and I live at 2 Minute Man Drive. I'm kind of curious as to why this is non-binding. Did the selectmen discuss this in any of their meetings? The select board, excuse me. The select board discussed this in any of their meetings and was a vote taken. This is a citizen's petition, and since when do we ignore citizens' petitions?
Who's feeling it?
It's not a matter of ignoring a citizen's petition at all. That's why it's on the warrant, right? You're obligated to place any citizen's petition on the warrant. The distinction is what body controls this type of agreement. And here, it's not the town meeting. The town meeting is the legislative body. It's just a different power that's not vested in this meeting. So your vote tonight will send a signal to the select board, but they're not bound by it. That's just the law.
Mr. Moderator,
yes.
My question was two-part. Did the select board vote and discuss this Article 19 at any of their meetings, and was a vote taken?
Go ahead, Eric.
Mr. Moderator.
Please.
So the only vote we took was to place the article. That was it. We did not vote whether we were in favor. We did not deliberate. We didn't get any facts. We didn't do any of that. All our responsibility was to place it on the warrant. That was it.
Mr. Moderator, I feel that this citizen has come forward to us. I had no idea that there are certain aspects of this warrant article that were discussed tonight were going on, and I think we have the select board should have asked that citizen who brought that petition to them questions just like other citizen petitions that have come forth at any of our town meetings. That is disrespectful not to hear what she has to say. I don't think that this select board has been very respectful of her, and I ask you all to vote to rescind this petition. Thank you.
Thank you. Any last discussion on Article 19? Hearing none, all those in favor of Article 19 as printed to rescind the 1968 agreement, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Crickets. Okay. That passes. Article 20, Citizens Petition, Community Preservation Act surcharge repeal. You'll see that Article 20 and 21 have similarities. Mr. Murphy, the floor is yours.
John Murphy, 61 Ting Road. Mr. Moderator.
You got to get closer. Yeah, there you go.
I never was told I was too quiet before. I move that the town vote to repeal its acceptance of Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 44B, the Community Preservation Act, and eliminate the associated surcharge on property taxes. Before we begin discussion, I'd like to briefly walk.
Well, let's do the motions.
Okay, thank you.
So you've made a motion. Do I have a second on that? Of course, absolutely. Explanation, please, Mr. Murphy.
Thanks. Before we begin discussion, I'd like to briefly walk through 2 slides to frame the question in front of us. If we can turn the slides on. This is not about whether the CPA has done good work. It has. The question tonight is whether it still makes sense to continue collecting this tax. The CPA is a 3% surcharge on property taxes. It can only be used for a narrow set of purposes like open space, historic preservation, and housing. What it cannot be used for is just as important. It cannot fund schools. It cannot fund roads or infrastructure. It cannot support public safety projects like a fire station. Those are exactly the areas where Tyngsborough now faces its greatest financial pressure. Slide 2, please. So the question is not what the CPA has done. The question is whether it aligns with where we are today. We have new and significant obligations: middle school debt, a proposed fire station, infrastructure needs across town. At the same time, residents are feeling the strain of rising costs. There are no new projects in the pipeline that justify continuing this tax. Existing CPA funds are sufficient to meet current obligations. So this comes down to priorities. You will hear that reducing the CPA to 1.5% is a reasonable compromise. It is not. It avoids the real issue. It continues collecting money into a restricted bucket that does not align with our priorities while providing only partial relief to residents. If we continue collecting it, the money will be spent. We're already hearing about future requests, including significant funding for the Winslow School, a project with no clear use and no realistic path forward. At the same time, taxpayer-funded resources are being used to oppose repeal. Residents should ask whether that's an appropriate use of public funds. The CPA has served its purpose. Our financial reality has changed. In closing, repealing the CPA allows us to stop collecting a tax that's no longer necessary and focus on what matters most now. I urge a yes vote. Thank you.
Thank you for that explanation. Discussion, please, of Article 20, and I'm going to allow a little levity with 21 because they are so similar. One is a complete repeal and one is a reduce from 3 to 1.5. We will be voting, of course, on 21st. Floor is yours.
Rayanne J6, 79 Muscoppic Trail. As a trustee of the Tyngsborough Land Trust and a member of the Muscoppic Lake Association, my priorities have not changed. You are not speaking for the town as a whole when you say our priorities have changed. The things that the CPC funds would not ever get funded any other way. The things they do fund are voted at by town meeting. They're not just willy-nilly. And they make a huge difference for the quality of life in this town. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion, Article 20. Please.
Mr. Moderator, my name is Kathleen Spaeth at 2 Minute Man Drive. I'm not a person who likes to pay taxes, even though I work for the federal government. But the fact is, the 3% CPA funds a lot of items. Article 12 had $300,000 in appropriations, basic things that unfortunately we could not afford unless we did the CPA. Like Lake Muscoppic weed control, Lake Muscoppic weed treatment. Every year, I never hear the CPA overspending the CPA funds. They always come in and try to use them responsibly. I agree that the cost of everything is very high in our town. I don't like paying taxes either, but I see this being used. I think it might be a compromise to go down to 1.5%. I'm concerned, though, that some people are saying, well, you know, from a historic standpoint, if we didn't have the CPA funds, I just think about what we've done to the old town hall, what we've done to our walkway and to the center where we have our block party. If we didn't have those CPA funds, we wouldn't have been able to afford some of those large capital projects. Nobody likes paying taxes. I'd like to get my state taxes reduced more than I want my CPA taxes reduced.
Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you. And speaking of the block party,
Good evening, Allison Page, 8 Parker Lane. I am totally against eliminating and reducing the CPA. It is the best $130 I spend in my taxes annually. The amount of good that it does for this community well stretches beyond reduction. In the few years that I've had the ability to work with the Community Preservation Committee, we have established a riverfront park, have produced Pierce Field not once but twice, as well as the bleachers at Pierce Field. The town beach has totally been redone. The play structures at Wickersea Park and the town beach, Bicentennial Field Complex, which is this complex out to your right here. This is not school property. It is jointly owned and maintained by the school and the town. That entire property was done with CPA tax money. Ironwood Park, which was a windfall for the town, and all of its amenities was done by the CPA funding. The town center and the buildings where we hold our annual block party and the 3 buildings that we hold our Festival of Trees in are all projects that were done with this tax. I think to say that our funding is we have enough is like saying your bank account, you have enough right now, don't worry about saving anymore. I think it's a huge mistake. The 3% is well spent. The committee is well vested in what this money does for our community. And yes, it's not going to fix your road, but that's okay because this gives funding for things that aren't going to happen and make our town a better place.
thank you. Further discussion, please. Article 20.
Donna Hollowell, 12 Coburn Road. Just a couple of questions. We get something from the state.
We do.
Okay.
I'm not sure what the current, is it 28% or something like that? It's, I guess.
The state matches a certain percent. The last full fiscal year we had, they matched 28%.
Right.
So,
it varies every year. I can't tell you how the state does their formula.
but we get money in addition to the 3% collected from the town,
Correct.
which is a percentage of what we collect from the town.
Correct.
Okay. And my other question was, if we lowered it to 1.5%, I saw things that we have a debt on some of the things. Would we still have enough to cover all of that? Including because the Sherburne house roof would be new. Are you going to collect debt for that or use debt to do that, or are you going to use that out of funds?
There's no new debt proposed. The existing debt is 3 more years of the old town hall and 2 more, this coming year, fiscal year 27 and fiscal year 28 of the first parish, so 2 more years of that. At the 1.5%, there would be less money to spend on projects, but there would be sufficient balance to cover the debt service, I think what you were asking.
Correct.
And the Sherburne, all of the projects you saw tonight were paid for out of their cash on hand, no proposed borrowing.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Further discussion? Oh, sorry, please. How about bounce back and forth. Go ahead. Go ahead. Yep.
So a total repeal, I'm totally against. CPC has done great work. We appreciate all the work that's done. The select board, the majority has proposed a 1.5% and not a 3%. So that is a 50% tax reduction. We've been listening to the residents, and they've been talking about a tax reduction. This would be a 50% reduction in your CPC tax. Now, right now, CPC has $2.3 million in the bank. Even with a 50% reduction starting in 2028, the fund would still generate over $500,000 annually, or roughly $640,000 with a state match. That's a strong, sustainable funding level to continue CPC. For the past decade, if you really look at what we spent the money on, 50% of the CPC funds have gone to the town center. Those major projects are complete. Now, of course, the elephant in the room is the Winslow School. CPC asked Colin to present if CPC could ever fund that totally, and Colin presented the numbers to the CPC members. CPC funds alone can't cover the renovation of Winslow. It would be a major tax increase. I know some people don't feel that, but if you look at the numbers, it's a major tax increase. So with a 50% CPC reduction, we can still give residents tax relief, we can keep CPC strong, and we can keep investing strategically in future projects. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you. Further discussion?
Hi, Diane LaRose, 6 Sleepy Hollow Lane. You talk about a tax reduction of 1.5% if you go that way, or 3% if you go the other way. But the elephant in the room is we need a fire station, and we know that's coming up next. So even if we overhauled it completely and went, to the 3% and got rid of that, there's still not, we need a fire station. So it's probably not even going to be a wash. We're still going to end up paying more. CPC has been great. It's done a lot of great things. But I've talked to a lot of senior citizens that say they just can't afford more. So if this were to help them to cut back a little bit on this, when they're looking at their own budget, and to support a fire station, I think that's an important thing to consider.
Just for clarity, how are you voting on Article 20? Are you voting for complete repeal or?
Yes.
Okay, just for clarity, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. Further discussion?
Claire Ferrati, 3 Village Lane. Some of you might recognize my name if you are on Tyngsborough Talk. I posted recently about thanking CPC for paying me and giving me a job for the past year and a half. And so thank you, CPC, for doing that. And I would love to continue. However, my concerns are that if we eliminate completely, I will no longer have a job. And if we eliminate to 1.5%, we will be spending our money on other things that are necessary, such as our lake treatments and open spaces and preservation of as much as we can do. And I would still lose my job. So this might be a personal issue for me that most people will not care about, but please keep me employed. And the second thing that I would like to add is that the Tyngsborough Master Plan, which I believe was adopted in 2014, if I'm not mistaken, highlights open spaces, recreation, and our cultural resources in that master plan that we have accepted as a town. If you eliminate the CPC, and you drop it down as much as you want to do, how do we plan to continue following our own master plan? Thank you.
Thank you. Any last discussion, Article 20?
Mike Roach, 6 Decimal Lane. So the CPC surcharge can always be added back in at another town meeting.
This body. Yep. It would require this body, of course.
So what we're voting for tonight is actually to put money back into your pocket so that you can help pay for the fire station. You can always bring this back up. You can add it to 1.5%, 3%. There's actually still money in the coffers that they just explained that could be used for Lake McScuppick and other funding. It just would ask the CPC to probably change their view of the future and how they're going to spend their money. But again, we can always add this back in. But right now, when we're about to vote on a fire station, this puts like $90, $100 back into your pocket right now. So I urge everybody just to take a good look at it. If not, do the 3%, definitely the 1.5% like the select board voted for. Thank you.
Thank you. Any last discussion, Article 20?
Hi, Heather Murphy, 61 Ting Road. I do have a question. It's related in reference to CPC projects. When a CPC project is completed, the First Parish Church, we'll take as an example, once the project is complete, who pays the maintenance?
That's a great question. The operating budget has to support the maintenance of public buildings.
So town funds, not CPC.
Correct. CPC funds can't be used for maintenance, utilities, et cetera.
Okay, so once we consider a project to be complete, then it goes to the town to maintain that project, to the betterment project, I guess is the best way to put it. Okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any last discussion on Article 20? Yes, sir. Name and address.
1 Allgrove, Massapog Road. One of the things that we don't seem to be talking about here is the money that we receive to compensate for some of the things that are done on our buildings in town. Because of CPC, we received $40,000 last year for the, we received for having $40,000 that the CPC put up, so we got a $100,000 grant. So there's $100,000 that this town didn't have to put up to put the roof on the Littlefield Library. We put up $100,000 to get $200,000 from the state on our town center. If your attitude is that we're all done, then we wouldn't have the town center that we have today. We would still be living where it looked like Beirut. And that whole point of the town center was to bring the town together. And it did an incredible job at that. Nobody saw Festival of Trees. Nobody saw the block party. That all came because of the town center and what we did. We've got a lot of work from the state. They came in and they repaired the bridges on the small ones. You don't even think they're bridges on Kendall Road. And they put in sidewalks for us because we were moving forward with the town center, and they saw us putting time, effort, and money into it. The other problem that you're not seeing, and it's very nice to dismiss, is the fact that the townspeople that live on lakes they partner with the CPC to keep the weeds away in our lakes so that we can all use them. Well, you take the lake and you took the town beach. We used to spend $100,000 on trying to get the weeds out of the beach so we could use it. They would come in, they would harvest once, twice, 3 times a year, whatever it took, put all the weeds on the beach, and then we'd have to have the town highway guys haul it away. So you really didn't get, the beach wasn't what you see today by a long shot. And all the people that live on the lakes, they do it's a 50-50 deal, and everybody benefits, because you can't use your boats, you can't, the fish in Flint's Pond were actually deformed because they couldn't swim through the weeds. And all of the houses that are on the lake get valued a little bit higher because we have a lake. We have lake frontage or backage, whatever you want to call it. So when you start thinking about, if I live on a lake, which I do, and if the lake goes so I can't use it for boating, fishing, whatever, I'm going to want to get some money back. So you haven't figured in the cost of the people going back to the tax office and asking to get that straightened out and get a refund on some of the cost. And the average cost, according to AI, is about 16%. So think about those things. And as far as there are no projects in front, Well, if you've never come to a meeting and you've never asked, it's pretty hard to know. And yes, the people who hate the Winslow School like to bring that up. But the proposal that was put forward for the Winslow School from the CPC was to do it as we could do it with the money we were getting. It wasn't to just go out and get a big loan. We were going to do it in 3 separate steps.
1 more minute, sir.
I'll buy somebody's time.
1 more minute, come on.
So, I want to know.
Bring it in.
And the
Bring it in.
contract and the deal with Drakeit and Dunstable is that we put in money to the CPC to do the ponds and they match it. What happens to those? Where does the money come from for the people who are going to be able to go back and ask for money back because they live in a swamp now instead of a lake? These are the questions that we need to talk about, and to just come in here and say you need to take 3 or 1.5%. That town center wouldn't have happened. The town center won't continue to get better. And this is one of the few things in this town where you come in and you vote for the project. You've passed school budgets, police budgets, fire budgets. You've passed a lot of budgets tonight. But when the CPC comes in, you only pass exactly what we're asking for and no more. So you can just, oh yeah, you're going to save money, but you're going to lose money on grants. And you're going to lose money on people going back to get what they shouldn't get if they don't live in a lake anymore. And I want to know where that money's going to come from that I'm going to ask back for. I want to know where the money's going to come from that we get grants for. Because it's easy just to go for the low-picking fruit off the tree and just say, let's take that away because we don't see anything. The fact is this town looked like a dump in the center before CPC, and CPC isn't done making it a better town. So please do not vote to get rid of the 3%, and don't vote to knock it down to 1.5. If we're going to start knocking down departments to get money for other departments, I want to know if we're going to get, what's the next department that's going to have to give up its money for another department?
Thank you, sir. More discussion, please. Article 20.
I'll make it brief. Roger LaRose, 6 Sleepy Hollow Lane.
Thank you.
My question is to Colin. One of the comments you made was Winslow School would cost a tremendous amount of money to bring back to further that to original project, and it would bring a huge tax burden to the town. What is the quantity of monies needed if that went through? What kind of money are we talking about? And
I think, are we getting beyond the scope of this article?
This has absolutely something to do with this.
If you have a figure, Colin, go ahead.
So
roughly,
that comment is about a full restoration, not what Augie was describing. In 2022, we had an architect study converting it into a town hall. It's a simple office use space. That was $13 million. What I've said to CPC is that CPC alone can't afford $13 million up front. If you wanted to do a full restoration, CPC could chip in. It could borrow up to $3 million with its current revenue. But the only other funding source would be a debt exclusion, which is what we've talked about for the middle school and for the fire station in Article 2022.
So that number, the big number is 13 million?
In 2022, for a full restoration.
In 2022?
Correct.
Okay, judging by today's standards, that'd probably be 20 million. What's the fire station coming in at?
We are getting beyond the article with the fire station.
This is totally legitimate into the article.
Article 22.
Show me some focus. Go ahead.
I'm giving it to you.
Okay.
I'm trying to.
Article 22, which is the last article of the fire station, asks for a maximum of $24.8 million.
Okay, so we're apples to apples. So my point is that we need to make a decision, a choice. So if my roof were leaking, as is the fire stations, or I want a swimming pool, I'm going to pick fixing a leaky roof. So that is my point, is that we need to save funding if we're going to pass this fire station, and I'm for it. We have a great fire department, great police department, but we can't have both. in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion, Article 20. I'd like to get this to a vote, folks. Yes.
Susan Morey, 24 Cricket Lane. Someone made a statement that if we do away with CPC, we can go back into it. Is that true? Will the state allow us at some point in the future to go back into it?
Valid question.
I don't know whether it is or not.
I don't know if it's ever happened. I don't know if we have an answer for that. I can't imagine that.
I believe you can go back in. Once you go, the first time you go in, you have to stay in for a certain period. The law doesn't really speak to whether or not there's that
A little closer to the-
sunset. Oh, sorry. Can you hear me? Whether or not there's a sunset period for after you've left. So it's not clear to me. And I don't think it's ever happened,
Right.
to be honest, in the state of Massachusetts, that people have gone in and out and in again. But there's no prohibition expressly in the law to prevent you from going back in.
Okay,
Thank
well,
you.
I
Thank you.
just think everyone should think about that. Don't think that maybe 2-3 years from now, oh, we'll go back, because we don't know if we can go back. So once it's gone, it may be gone forever.
Thank you. Thank you. Any last discussion on Article 20?
Corey Lambert, 204 Middlesex Road. We're all talking about things that aren't defined here. Gee, we're gonna terminate CPC, but we don't know whether we can get it back or not. Well, back when we went to get it, it was understood that you either did this or that or nothing. Now, I hardly believe that the state is taking a more benevolent approach than they did when we went into it initially. Oh, we're all doing this, jumping out of a cool rock into the fire because we have to have more money. We can't afford the fire station. We can't afford the fire station. There's an echo in here. I think canceling the community preservation project, which this town has worked on for a long time to make it a better place to live. Oh, we want to cancel it because we need a fire station we can't afford. The people who talked before me were more eloquent. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any last discussion before we come to a vote, folks? I think we've all kind of made up our minds on this. Go ahead, please.
Marie Lambert, 204 Middlesex Road. And no, I have, you cannot go back. And if you get out of CPC, you can't go back. That's just the way the state has set it up. So we have the Winslow School, we still have the Littlefield Library, and we have other things that we need CPC for. Littlefield Library is not done yet. We still need some preservation to do inside the building. Winslow School and the Littlefield Library, they are both in the state and federal registration. We get grants, matching grants. If we do away with CPC, we won't get that. We want to apply for certification for the First Parish Meeting House. We need CPC money to do that. We'll get a grant for that also. And when they say, well, you know, senior citizens can't afford the 3% or the 1.5%, they can ask for an abatement, which is available for citizens that have a financial hardship. So, and talking about senior citizens, CPC provides funds for affordable housing. So it's not just for, it provides funds for open space. If we do away with the CPC money, where are we going to get the funds to buy open space that will become available to the town? I know that the town has not followed what is said in its master plan. As a matter of fact, they've gone the other way. They have not prevented farmland from staying as open space. And now they want to do away with the only open space left in the center of town, which is the field behind the Winslow School.
You want to stay within Article 20. We're not at the fire station yet.
No, I'm talking about
Okay.
Winslow School.
Yep.
That field is part of the Winslow School, so I'm not going out of it. That's open space. Now I'm going to go out of it, because if you make it into...
Well, at least you're declaring it, and I appreciate that.
If you're going to put a parking area there,
Yeah.
it's no longer open space. We also, CPC also provide funds for the children's house. I'm sure there are a lot of people here who like to take their kids for walks in the nature, children's house, and then who's going to maintain the beach? They may have to charge if we do away with CPC for people to come in and enjoy the beach. So let's think about it, what we're going to lose. Not just short term, but long term.
Absolutely. Thank you. Further discussion, Article 20, 21. I think we're getting close to a vote here. Go right ahead.
Hi, Jim Barrett, 44 Highland, and I appreciate everybody's input. So I thought I'd add a little input myself. Just this evening before I come to this meeting, I decided to do a little searching around on the internet, and hopefully AI is accurate, but I think it's reasonably accurate because I know what my taxes have been since I've been here for all of these years. But just in general, so everyone has a little bit better picture as you're making your own decision. In 2000, the town budget was around 22 million, and the tax bill was around 2,700 for the median home. Okay, so you know whether you lived in a little bit above or below, obviously. So as we ramped up in 2005, the median tax bill was $39.47, and of that, $446 was actually towards special projects. So the real expected tax bill without all the special projects, CPC, et cetera, would have been $3,500. So I'm going to spare you all of the toggling year by year. So if we look at that base and we jump up to current, the actual tax on a median home would be about $6,100. But with all of the adders that we have been doing through the years, it's now about $8,600. So one of the things that, while I support CPC, by the way, is to keep in mind, and someone brought it out, and I think it was a very valid point, every project that CPC does, while it benefits the town, depending on what it's doing, it increases the burden on the town from a maintenance standpoint. So if it's all about play and looking pretty and everything, just keep that in mind, because there's a lot of things the town might be able to do with some of the property that would maybe benefit the town from a revenue standpoint, which is maybe a topic for a different time. But anyway,
Thank you. Article 20. We'd like to move this question. Go ahead, John.
Just one point of clarification I just want to...
Please.
I'd like to just remind everyone how much we paid for Lake Muscoppic this year, which I believe was $20,000. And I want to also get some confirmation how much money we're taking in from CPC every year, which is about $1.2 million. And if they have $2 million in their account now, and there's going to be another 1.2 coming in this year, there's going to be over $3 million sitting in that account that we have the ability to focus on new projects over the next couple of years. And also we have the ability to absorb even the Lake Muscoppic, if that money didn't exist, into our current budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Any last discussion, Article 20?
Mr. Moderator.
Hearing none.
Mr. Moderator, if I could just one last...
I'm hoping. Throw me a bone.
Hey.
Well, please, go ahead.
I just want to clarify what we're voting for. So there's essentially 3 scenarios on the table. There's leaving it at 3%, there's going to 1.5, and there's 0%, so eliminating it altogether. I just want to make sure that if people have a desire for one of those 3, that they know what they're voting
Absolutely.
for.
That's a very good point.
Thank you.
So understand what you're voting for.
So we'll do it.
If you want the 3% to hold, you're voting no on 20 and 21. We will be taking 20 first. If you want the 1.5, you're going to vote no on the 20 and yes on the 21. If you want it completely repealed, Well, then you're going with 20. Are we good? Ronnie, what's the problem? Am I good? My good side?
Was there confusion?
Okay. No, there's not still you really are? I'm sorry. Okay, Article 20 is full repeal. CPA goes away. Bye-bye. That's Article 20. Article, if that were to pass. If Article... No, oh, we're only taking one at a time. But there was confusion here, and I want to make sure he understood. Article 20 is full repeal. Article 21, again, sir, I'll be quick. Article 20 would have to be defeated, then we go to 21. That's how that works. Now, 21 comes up, you're choosing between 1.5%, 1.5 if you want that. If you don't want that one, is hold the 3. Again, you're voting no. So the folks that want to keep it where it is are voting no twice. All those in favor of Article 20's full repeal of the CPA Act signify by saying aye at this time. Aye. Opposed? No. Okay. That's defeated. That was quick. Article 21. All those in favor of Article 21 as printed, which is going to take the CPA from 3% current.
You got to make a motion.
Down to 1 point. We're making a motion?
Yeah, we got to make a motion.
Oh, you're right. I was on a roll, Eric. I was kind of taking these two together, too. All right, okay.
2 seconds.
Fair enough. Okay, we're moving on to Article 21. To see if the town will vote to amend the surcharge imposed under Section 3B of Chapter 44B of the general laws of the CPA Act from 3% to 1.5%, or take any other action relative thereto. Do I have a motion on 21?
Mr. Moderator.
Yes, please.
I move the town vote to approve Article 21 as printed in the Finance Committee Guidebook.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Explanation, please.
This article asks town meeting to reduce the CPC surcharge on property tax bills from 3% as established by a prior town meeting to 1.5%. If passed, this would take effect on July 1st, 2027. It will require an affirmative vote at town meeting and the November 2026 ballot.
Thank you for that explanation. Discussion, please, on Article 21. We do understand the difference now.
Mr.
Please.
Moderator, just a clarification.
Here we go.
If you would like for it to stay at 3%, yes.
You're voting nay.
If you would like it to stay at 3%, you will vote no.
That is correct. That is correct.
If you would like it to go down to 1.5, you vote yes.
That is correct.
That's all.
Any further discussion on Article 21? Oh, I like that. All those in favor of Article 21 as printed, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? No. That does not pass. Okay, on we go. How we doing, folks? Let's get this shouldn't take long, right? Article 22, final design and construction of a new Tyngsborough Fire Department headquarters. See if the town will appropriate a sum of money to pay the cost of designing, constructing, originally equipping and furnishing a new fire station, including the payments of all costs incidental and related thereto, to determine whether this amount shall be raised by borrowing or otherwise provided, or take any other action relative thereto. Do I have a motion on Article 22?
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote to appropriate $24.8 million to pay costs of designing, constructing, originally equipping, and furnishing a new fire station, including the payment of all costs incidental and related thereto, and that, to meet this appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the select board, is authorized to borrow said amount under and pursuant to General Law C 44, Section 7(1), or any other enabling authority, and to issue bonds or notes of the town therefore. No amounts shall be borrowed or expended pursuant to this vote unless the town shall have voted to exclude the amounts required to repay any amount authorized to be borrowed by this vote from the property tax levy limitation set forth in General Law C 59.
Closer to the mic, please.
Excuse me, also known as Proposition 2.5.
Thank you. That's the motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Explanation, please.
Mr. Moderator, this article seeks
Again, nice and close to the mic.
Okay.
Thank you.
This article seeks town meeting authorization to borrow via a debt exclusion the funds necessary to design and construct a new fire department headquarters. Specifically, voters will be asked to fund up to $24.8 million for the project. A debt exclusion authorizes temporary tax increases for a specific project for a fixed period of time. This article requires a 2/3 majority vote at town meeting and must also pass on the ballot in May.
Thank you. Discussion, please. Article 20. Actually, do I have a presentation?
Yes. Chief Russell?
I believe I do.
Mr. Moderator, Wes Russell, 187 Kendall Road, Fire Chief.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask your permission to stand over here so I can
Please
see
do.
the
I'll keep an eye on you.
monitor. Really appreciate everybody hanging in here tonight to the end. I'm going to ask you guys to do something tonight that no other Tyngsborough Fire Chief has ever done, and that is to approve appropriating funds to build a fire station in the town of Tyngsborough. And what the point I'm making is that the current fire station that we're in was built by firefighters, built by the Firefighters Association at the time, and was built to house a call fire department in the 1950s. It was actually occupied in 1960. Somebody lost my slide here. The fire station was built to house apparatus, have a small training room and an office for the part-time fire chief, and we don't have a fire station that was ever built to actually have firefighters in it. And the result of that today is that besides being, very small, there really is no facilities in the fire station to prevent the exposure of contaminants for the firefighters that live there. Because everything's so close together. So the primary reason that we need a new fire station is really the health and safety of the firefighters and not being exposed to risks of carcinogens and other kinds of hazardous materials that are inherent in a garage atmosphere with equipment that is used for firefighting or other types of emergency response. And also just the size of the station. The Center Fire Station, the headquarters fire station, is the only station that actually is staffed 24/7. And because that's where the staff is, that's where most of our fire apparatus needs to be. We have large pieces of apparatus, an aerial ladder truck, a 3,000-gallon tank truck that need to be housed, and we can't put both of them inside at the same time. One of them has to stay outside in the elements. We also have other forestry truck. We have a air cascade, compressor and light trailer. We have the rescue boat. All of these things are unfortunately kept outside. And there are other advantages, obviously, to building a new fire station. Certainly, a new station is going to make it easier to retain firefighters. We train firefighters, and often they move on to other departments. This is going to be the first building built in town, if approved, that ever actually planned a room to be used as an emergency operations center, as opposed to just finding a room somewhere to use if we needed to do that. Next slide. So just to quickly kind of show you how long we've been working on this. When I became fire chief at the end of 2016, it was clear to the Board of Fire Engineers at the time and myself and the leadership at the fire department, that the new headquarters fire station was the #1 priority for the fire department in 2016. We started working on that in earnest, and in 2019, the police chief and I and the town administrator at the time started meeting with an architectural firm to start looking at what they call a needs analysis and a program development for a public safety building. And at that time, they looked at what we would need for a police and fire public safety building, as well as looked at what the needs would be individually for standalone police and fire stations, should we choose to go that route. And they also, and in 2020, the Select Board established the Public Safety Building Feasibility Committee. That committee met regularly for 2 years and really looked at all aspects of what would be necessary for building a public safety building. Not only was it looking at the needs analysis that was done, looked at many sites in town that would be appropriate for either a public safety building or standalone buildings. And really, the consensus during that committee was that the best way to go, the most fiscally responsible thing to do, was to build a combined public safety building, because it would be cheaper in the long run for the community. When they were finally able to, after 2 years, and they were ready to give their final report to the select board, the middle school project had been approved, and the committee felt that it was not the right time to move forward with pursuing construction of a public safety building. So, well, we're really in the middle of approving and building a new middle school. So they would, recommendation was basically that the select board should work on finding a suitable land for public safety building and maybe trying to acquire that land at that time. In 2024, there was mostly because we still had the need for the fire station. We had another architectural firm meet with both police and fire and do a similar analysis. And they also analyzed, or I should say, evaluated our current buildings and provided a report on the shortcomings of the buildings that we had at that time. And one of the results of that analysis was that the fire station had a much greater need, it was felt, than the police station if we were to go with either one or the other rather than a full public safety building. They also looked at potentially placing a fire station at the 250 Middlesex Road site. And at the time also did a lot of work. We asked them, I said, listen, if we can't build a new building, what about doing something with our existing structure on the site we have? And it obviously was a real challenge, and none of the results of that work really were suitable or cost effective. It just, there was no way we could actually add on to the building enough to make a suitable fire station on the site that we have from that analysis. And so out of that analysis, the select board decided to move forward with a fire station and to try to invest in the police department, the police station, where they had to, prolong the life of that structure for them. And then obviously, we got approval for the schematic design phase, which we've been working on now for the last 6 months. And November of 2025, the select board established the fire station building committee, which is that committee that's been doing that work. Next slide. So I talked a little bit about why not a combined public safety building at this time. Again, that 2-year committee agreed that that would have been the most fiscally responsible way to move forward. But the reality is that they felt that it was just going to be too big an expense following the middle school build, which, as you all know, we're just starting to pay for now. And just, the slide just highlights that some of the improvements that the town has done to work on the police station to prolong their existence there. Next slide. Kind of a review of, again, the last 7 years. So in 2019, that first analysis was done, advised us that the fire station needed a 20,000 square foot building. And we're in a 5,000 square foot building. And so I know when you see the renditions of what the fire station might look like, it hits you and you go, oh my God, that looks like a huge building. And you're used to seeing the building that we're in now when you drive by. But we've known since then that based on the fire department, our community, the apparatus, and the personnel, we needed to go into about a 20,000 square foot building. In 2019, the estimated cost was $13.6 million for the fire station alone for that 20,000 square foot building. The LaValle-Bresnia report estimated a 20,322 square foot building. And through the schematic design process that we've been working on as a committee for the last 6 months, the latest analysis, again, actually called for over a 20,000 square foot building initially, but this time the committee, worked with the architects, and we were able to shave down the size a little bit, and the process is more accurate. This time, they actually took the information from the building, that how many apparatus bays we needed in offices, and that looked at what the mechanicals would be in the building, and all that information goes to these expert estimators, construction estimators, to get a more accurate estimate of what the building might cost. And that's what we're bringing you tonight, is an estimate of what this new fire station might cost. Next slide, please. So, a lot of discussion is going to happen tonight about the site selection. I know that's going to be a hot topic. Myself and the fire department leadership have been adamant that our headquarters fire station, where all of the staff on-duty staff is going to be located, needs to be somewhere near the center of town. It also, we feel strongly, it needs to be on the west side of the bridge, the west side of the Merrimack River. Most of our calls are on the west side of the Merrimack River, and traveling from west to east is a lot easier than trying to travel east to west through traffic during an emergency. Through that 7-year process of, especially that 2-year committee, many sites in town were looked at to try to determine where the best location would be to put this fire station. And it was looked at purchasing land as well. When the fire station building committee was formed, the select board felt strongly that again, keeping in mind that the cost to the town, the best option would be to use land that the town already owns and not have to also purchase land on top of building the fire station. This says we need a minimum of 1.67 acres of buildable land to build this fire station. I still am having a hard time understanding that one, but our current proposal is a 4-acre lot, and we've had a hard time fitting the building and everything we need into that 4-acre lot as it is. So it is a challenge to find a suitable site. And there, again, we looked at other parcels. There's no other parcels of land that are town-owned near the center of town on the west side of the river that would be suitable for this fire station. I talked a little bit about the committee, and the committee did yeoman's work. We have, you can see the representation up here from town administration, the finance committee, and we were initially going to have 2 citizens at large on the committee, but we had a lot of interest, so we ended up having 2 alternates, or 2 associate members. They bring a lot of experience, people with project management experience, people with construction experience, engineering experience, and I think that you'll probably hear from some of them tonight, but we really are committed to working on this project and bringing to town the fire station that is the right size for the community and at the lowest cost that we can make that happen. Next slide. So just kind of where we're at and where we're going. We've completed the schematic design phase at this point, so we have a site plan, we have a potential building layout. With your approval to move forward, we would hire an architectural firm to go into the design build and actually design construction documents that the contractors would use to use the building. During that process, we would continue to meet with the architects. There would be an owner's project manager. There's a firm hired by the town who is responsible for making sure that the architects and the contractors are communicating with each other, that the bids are going out appropriately, and that minimize any kind of mistakes or lack of communication that could end up costing us more money. And the committee would be meeting with them on a regular basis to work through that. That's my best understanding of it. This will be the first time for me actually being a part of that kind of a project. But that's essentially what we're trying to get to now, is that next phase in the project. Next slide. I don't know how well you can see this from where you're sitting, but this shows the building layout. It preserves, obviously, the Littlefield Library in place and adds some parking to there. The emergency apparatus would egress out onto Middlesex Road, where the egress is now from the driveway for the Winslow School. It would include a traffic control on Middlesex Road that would be triggered by the apparatus to turn red for Middlesex Road traffic to allow the apparatus out onto Middlesex Road. There are 5 double bays to house all of that equipment I talked about, and then the administrative and the staff areas as well. And then there's additional parking put in there that wouldn't be required by a fire station, but to add just to the town center parking and for any town center events that were there as well. And next slide. And again, this is the kind of rendition of what it might look like. Again, we haven't really got into the design build phase, but it was important to the committee that the building fits into our town center, kind of pays homage to what the architecture, what the Winslow School looks like that sat on the site, and is something that hopefully the community can be proud of. So I'm going to pass it off to Colin. You can take it from there.
Thank you.
Excellent. I promise I only have 2 slides because I can see that folks are getting tired. What you're seeing on the slide right now is a breakdown of that $24.8 million. Again, this is a maximum authorization, and there are really 3 major categories that go into that. So as the chief mentioned, to date, all we've done is a schematic design that was approved by this body last May. We funded that $300,000 through the levy limit, which means that it wasn't borrowed as a debt exclusion. So in order to get to final construction, there are 2 other steps that need to happen, the funding for which is included in that 24.8. The first is that we need to complete the final design. That's when you get to the design document phase. So we'll have firm plans that we would go out to bid for in order to solicit a general contractor. That, based on the current market, we've estimated that at $1.7 million. Additionally, in Massachusetts, anytime you do a construction project valued at over $1.5 million, you have to hire what's called an owner's project manager, OPM. That's somebody that represents the town in meetings with the designer and the GC to make sure that the building is being built to spec, the change orders, if there are any, are not unnecessary or dramatic. That's estimated at just over $1 million. What I would note about both of these costs is that we would enter into a fixed price contract, so we often get questions about whether or not the designer's contract is a percentage of the total construction, because naturally then the thought is they're incentivized to make the project more expensive. Similar to the contract that we have with the current design team, it would be a fixed cost to deliver the full design, regardless of what the final cost of the building ended up being, and that would be the same thing for the OPM. The estimate for the construction cost, which includes the site work, the physical construction of the building, and actually being able to go into the building and use it as a fire station, is estimated at $20.3 million. And the remaining is a 10% design contingency, because so early on in the schematic design phase, there are still final details that need to be ironed out. And so at the recommendation of the designers that we've used here, but also peer reviewing it with other designers that we didn't have a contract with, including a 10% design contingency gives you that buffer in case as you design the final documents, things shake out to higher than what the original estimate was. So that's how you land at the $24.8 million maximum cost. The slide that will be of most importance, I would imagine, is what this means for your tax bill. So the maximum borrowing, assuming we borrowed the full $24.8 million, we're assuming for the purposes of tonight that we saw a 5% interest rate. And the reason I'm assuming a 5% interest rate is because I don't want to give you a lower number and then have the interest rate come in higher. So we haven't seen an interest rate above 5%, so I'm using that just to tell you what the worst case scenario would be. For reference, we did our last borrowing on the middle school project in October and saw a 3.7% interest rate. So I feel comfortable that we would have a lower interest rate, but for the purposes of you calculating what it could do to your taxes, I wanted to use the worst case scenario. A building project, you typically borrow that over a 30-year note. That makes our annual debt service payment, what the town has to pay on the debt, $1.6 million a year. So for the average single-family home, which in Tyngsborough is valued at $642,000, that would see a tax increase annually of between $270 if we saw that low end, a 3% interest rate, or 5%, it would be $347. And then at one of our information sessions, someone suggested putting price points just below that and just above it. So if your home is valued at $450,000, you would see $189 a year if we saw a 3% interest rate versus $243 if we saw a 5%. And you would see a $357 interest rate if your home was valued at $850,000, or if we saw a 5% interest rate, it would be $459. The last slide I want to just say quickly is that when would you see the impact? Similar to the middle school project, the tax impact would be gradual. That's because if this passes tonight and then passes at the election on May 19th, we wouldn't be running to the bank on July 1st to borrow the full $24.8 million. We would first borrow the $3 million or so that's necessary to do the final design and hire an owner's project manager. And then the remainder of the borrowing is done based on a cash flow analysis. So as we're spending the money, we borrow the money to have it on hand. That's beneficial for a few reasons. One, it allows for that gradual tax increase, but also municipal bonds are not like private loans. You can't refinance them. So if we borrow the full $24.8 million on July 1 at a high interest rate, there's no avenue for a municipality to then turn that in and get a lower interest rate. And you can't make the note smaller. So if we borrowed 24.8, but we only spent 24, we only spent 23.9, if we borrowed the full 24.8, we would be responsible for paying back the full 24.8 plus interest. You can't pay a note early. I think that covers the presentations that we can get to discussion, Mr. Moderator.
Okay, Article 22. We had an explanation, a great presentation. Questions?
Mr. Moderator, my name is Kathleen Spaeth and I live at 2 Minute Man Drive. Grumble all you want. This is a very important article tonight and I'm going to ask questions. So this is an estimate of $24.8 million. It's an estimate. Things can go up and things can go down. And I noticed, and I appreciate that we have a contingency. Currently, we have, Chief, if you wouldn't mind answering, I don't know all the particulars. We have an on-call fire station. So is the idea to bring everyone to a 20,000 square foot building and have a 24/7 fire station now?
Go ahead, Chief. No, good question.
Yeah, it's a good question. So we have a combination fire department now. So we have a combination of on-call firefighters, and we have 24/7 staffing in the center fire station, and we have had that, for years now. So we have a minimum of 4 firefighters on duty 24/7 in the center fire station. We have a large contingent of call firefighters as well, so if we have a fire, those 4 are responding, and then all the call firefighters are responding from home. And they still respond to the Lakeview Ave station where there's an engine there, and we'll respond to the Chestnut Road station and get the engine there, but there is on-duty staff in the center 24/7.
So to follow up on that, we would keep the other stations that we have where we have pumping stations.
They would remain unmanned call fire stations.
Okay. The other concern and the questions I have, unfortunately, and I'm saddened that we can't come up with another parcel of land and that we'd have to take down the Winslow School. I need some reasoning. I've seen the schematics. I've seen what you're doing. I've seen the drawings. I know the building, the public safety building, the fire station building. Committee has been working very hard at this, but you're looking at taking down the Winslow School, and that disturbs me. And I've also wondered, why can't we try to incorporate some of the Winslow School into the design? You made a comment, and I'm going to ask my question.
Kathleen, just go ahead and speak.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. You've talked about the architect wanting to mimic what we have there right now, but you're looking at taking down what we have there right now. We've tried very hard with CPC funds to keep the old town hall, to keep the
the character of the first parish, and now you're going to take down the Winslow School, and I don't understand that logic.
Sure, please.
So, good question about can we incorporate parts of the Winslow School. That was something that we explored over the fall. There was a joint meeting of the Historical Commission and the Select Board. Both boards opposed that option. So it was something we looked at the very beginning. I think one of the proposals was to use the part that town meeting in 2023 voted to save, the original schoolhouse part, make that like administrative space, office space and such. That was presented to both boards. Both boards said they weren't interested in that option.
So we explored that option and immediately took it off the table. Did we discuss it with an architect? Or how was that decision made? I'm not understanding that. Did we consult with the Historic Commission in Tyngsborough and have a discussion with them as well?
Yep, so like I said, the Historical Commission in Tyngsborough and the Select Board in Tyngsborough had a joint meeting, a public meeting, where the option of using that original part was discussed. Both boards, and I can't speak to how elected or appointed boards decide, were not interested in that. As to whether or not we've done assessments of the Winslow School, the town has done several assessments of the Winslow School, but I think members of the individual boards could speak to why they voted the way they did. But it was the Tyngsborough Historical Commission and the Tyngsborough Select Board that had that meeting.
Okay. And then that site itself, it's hilly. We have very large fire trucks that are going to go in and out. And our fire trucks aren't getting smaller, they get larger, because that's just the reality of what we need. So there was some talk about, blasting out that site. There was some talk about how are the fire trucks going to get in and out of there. Have we thought of those logistics?
Yeah, and as I said, we've met many times over the course of several years, but the architects are experts in this, and the design currently calls for leveling the site. It is unlikely to call for blasting, but the field will be raised a couple feet. The part of the hillside will be brought down a couple feet, but all of that site work is factored into the numbers that we're talking about tonight.
Okay. Thank you, Chief, very much.
Thank you. Further discussion, please.
My name is Don Persons from 20 Centercrest Drive. I rise in support of this article. I have been in the building as part of the Civic Leadership Academy. If you haven't done this, do it. It's great. You learn what's really happening. These firefighters have been biting the bullet for 20 years. We need to give them a home, okay? Secondly, I raise a boy, and we're doing homework most of the time, and I never came across the word debt exclusion. Could you explain that?
Absolutely.
Sure. So, as you are probably all aware, Massachusetts is subject to what's called Proposition 2.5, and so that allows the town to only increase its levy capacity, how much we can tax in total, by 2.5% every year plus new growth. In order to pay the debt service of this, the general fund operating budget within the limits of 2.5 can't afford that, so you do what's called a debt exclusion. A debt exclusion says that you can raise the taxes above Prop 2.5 for a specific project, in this case the fire station, for a fixed period of time, in this case 30 years. Once that is paid off, then that rolls off of the debt roll. Of course, it's 30 years later. But that debt exclusion can't be used for things like hiring people. It can't be used for maintaining buildings. It's for that specific purpose.
Yeah.
Thank you.
A final question is there anything to prevent us from selling or finding some benefit to the town from the current fire station once they've moved? So that would be an asset that could be dedicated towards paying that debt off.
That's a fantastic question. This body has control over disposition or acquisition of land, so it would require town meeting action. The building itself probably doesn't have much value, and we get questions all the time, could we sell the building to minimize the cost? And I think the true answer is that if we were even able to sell it to an interested developer, given its zoning, the size of the parcel and its location, the revenue we receive is likely not enough to make a significant impact. There are some municipal uses. Right now, our sewer department operates out of rented garage space on Middlesex Road. They don't live in the buildings. They don't need much office space. They have 2 bays where they are. That could be an opportunity for an existing municipal use to end up there, but ultimately town meeting decides what gets sold or what doesn't.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Further discussion, please.
My name's Grant Gallagher. I live at 20 Elm Street. I have 2 questions. First one, do you guys plan on always being a partially paid fire department, or you plan on expanding down the road?
Can you see into the future, Wes?
Yeah.
Right.
So certainly we do strategic planning. That was a decision that I needed to look at when I first became fire chief back in 2016. And this combination model, I feel, works well for our town. And, I'm committed to trying to continue to be a combination model the way we are, as long as we can do that, because it's an affordable model as well. And what we do is, when we get to a point where the call fire department isn't meeting the need, maybe we add an additional firefighter, but there's no current plan in place to expand the staffing or, man all 3 stations or anything like that.
Well, what I'm getting at is down the road, 15 years down the road, and you decide to expand the department and make it a full-on call fire department or whatever. You don't want to come back and ask for additional money to add on to the station, and that you want to plan for having something that's going to last you for 100 years.
Yeah, Mr. Moderator, the committee is committed to designing a building that will last for 50 plus years. Some people say 70. It's kind of hard to see into the future, but our plan is that this building that we're proposing should last us over 50 years in the center of town.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you. Further discussion, Article 22.
Hi, Phyllis Beck, Patriot Road. One question was asked by the earlier gentleman about selling the existing fire stations. There's one on Chestnut, there's one on Lakeview, and there's the main one they're using now. I know they're using the main one now. Are the other 2 just vacant, sitting there?
The other 2 stations are used to store apparatus.
Go ahead. They have equipment in them, but there's no people.
Okay. Will we be considering selling those? I would like to have the select board, I guess, have that discussion to try to offset some of the cost. And my other one and only comment was, I think it was said earlier that we've just started paying for the middle school. We have not. That was not on the tax bill you just paid. So we're looking for another override before we've started paying for the middle school.
The middle school is absolutely on our tax bill for the 2nd year this year.
I just paid my tax bill and it was not on mine. As a special assessment, I assume it doesn't list it as a special assessment. Where was it listed then?
It shows up in the actual property tax bill.
So there's property tax, and then there are various other lines. There's the CPA, CPC, whatever it is. The middle school will not be listed separately?
It is not currently. It's listed in the whole tax bill.
That's interesting.
Okay, thank you.
Because I don't feel like I know what I'm paying for the middle school already, and you're asking me to pay more. My only comment.
Okay, thank you. Further discussion, please. Article 22.
Mr. Moderator, if I can just respond to the question.
The first question.
So the Lakeview Ave and the Chestnut Road fire stations are call fire stations. So they're not staffed, but they're functioning. And we have apparatus there, firefighters that live in those areas. If there's a fire, respond there, take that apparatus and respond to the fire. And those stations, part of the reason they're there is if you have a fire station within a couple of miles of your home, your insurance company looks at that, even if it's a call fire station. The Kendall Road station, should this move forward and we're able to build a new building, the Kendall Road station we'll vacate, and the select board will figure out what to do with that. But we're going to maintain the call stations on Lakeview Ave and Chestnut Road moving forward.
Thank you for that. Continue. Yep.
Hi, I'm Heather Murphy, 61 Ting Road. I'm also a member of the Fire Station Building Committee. My background is in project management. The Select Board tasked us with evaluating and developing the best option for the central fire station at the Winslow School site. Like some of you, I've had to call 911 and then wait for fire and EMS to arrive. At my home, I had a really dark moment, and it's happened more than once. In that moment, nothing matters more than how quickly help will arrive and whether they're prepared fully to do the work that they do. Your perspective on these things change so quickly in those moments. Forgive me. When you visit that station on Kendall, and I hope many of you have, you'll see that our current main station was never really designed for people to live there, our firefighters, and yet they've been doing so for years. It's undersized, it has been retrofitted and pieced together over time, often by its own staff, with no funds provided by our town. This is not just an inconvenience, it's unsafe. Today's standards call for a clear separation between equipment, contaminated gear, and living spaces, proper decontamination areas, and facilities that reduce long-term health risks, including exposure to carcinogens. Our current station falls so short on these things. That directly impacts the health and wellness of our firefighters and our EMS. And ultimately, it affects the level of service and readiness our community depends on. Through this process, I've believed very strongly that we needed to learn from past concerns within our community, prioritizing transparency and making information readily accessible to everyone. This committee has spent time to provide many opportunities for residents to learn, discuss, and ask questions about this project, both in person and online. Now, this decision ultimately does belong to the town, but bear in mind, the longer we wait, the more difficult and the more expensive this will become. We will pay more financially, but also importantly, we'll continue to accept conditions that fall short of what our firefighters need to do their job safely, and what our community should expect when we call for their help. Because in that moment, the one we don't plan for, we depend on them to be able and ready. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion, Article 22. Keeping in mind the hour, folks.
Yep. Hi.
Go ahead.
I'm Jen Roma. I'm at 16 Oak Street. I had a couple questions. I come from a firefighter family. I'm all in. But I did have some questions along with my firefighter dad, who is also a Tyngsborough resident, about the size of the building. I see the need. I absolutely see the need that you need a fire station, but it just seems like this is the Taj Mahal of fire stations. And so if you're saying, my questions to you are, if you have 4 firefighters that are going to be sleeping at this residence, right? That's correct, that you mentioned earlier. The office side, how many bodies do you have there? If currently you have 5,000, and it's not enough, I understand, and it's packed and there's a lot of problems there. But how many people are actually going to be using this, what appears to be in the photos, a ginormous building?
So in addition to the on-duty firefighters, the administrative staff is myself and the assistant chief and administrative assistant. Certainly, we're planning for the future. At some point, we should have a fire inspector. That's a full-time dedicated position. It's a really challenge for that role to be filled now with the on-duty firefighters. But additionally, this is also going to be our emergency operations center, which we hopefully are never going to use for an emergency operations center, but we need the space there for if we did have to, staff the EOC, we call it, for a 48, 72-hour event, that there's additional bunk space for people for the EOC. And additionally, when we have severe storms, especially during the winter when we can't travel around, we bring in some of the call firefighters to have extra staff there. So our plan is to have a building that is going to meet our needs for the next 50 years. And, somebody had that question. It's not going to be expanding to a lot of regular day staffing, but it needs to be able to be flexible depending on the kind of event we're dealing with. So And there's also, I don't know if we can bring up the slide, the summary, any of the summary slides with the other stations. You know, so we had 3 different architectural firms do an analysis and say that we should be in a 20,000 square foot building. We also looked around at other similar sized communities to see what they've done over the last 15 years or so. And as you can see there's 5 other similar sized communities that all built fire stations around 19, 20, 22,000 square feet. So we feel like we're in the ballpark.
But they might have not spent money elsewhere on other things. No, I understand. They're just,
I can't speak
so you're
to-
saying, so four on a regular day, if I drove by that building, there'd be 4 firefighters potentially working there and whatever, and then there'd be 3 lay people that are there that are as well. So 7, so you
administrative
go by.
assistant's only part-time, so not every day.
So 6 people are in this building. That's all I'm just trying to wrap around my head. And can I ask you about the 5 bays with you said 5 double bays. So I understand you mentioned earlier that you have a rescue boat, there's like a night trailer and some other items. Like, are you leaving bays empty at this point? My question to you is how could there be a way to downsize and say, you know what, right now we have money we don't maybe need quite as big of a building, or maybe we'll just do one side and then we'll have 2 bays because we have these other facilities we're still using, and then we leave space, and in another so many years, if we actually do have apparatus, we put it in there. How much space?
So, and again, the committee looked at all of those things, and we had a lot of back and forth about how to present the right building. You know, we looked at options with an outbuilding and fewer bays, and you know, we had to bring power to the outbuilding. Was it really going to be a savings?
Yep.
What I can tell you is the committee is committed to not having this cost more. And as we go through this next stage, with the architects and the OPM, and we go through, we're getting bids come in to see, you know, what the costs are actually of all the materials. We're going to work to make sure this stays within the budget, and that's when we can, what's the term they use, value engineering, to, you know, kind of identify areas where there's maybe some cost savings as we go through the process.
So if you, today, how many bays would you really need? That's my question, I guess, to you. How many bays today? Not for in the future, for today,
This plan doesn't include empty bays.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you. Further discussion, please.
Jeff Bowe, 33 Virginia Road. I'm speaking against the fire station as it is presented. And looking at it, it's a 5-bay station. And it is, when you look at the specs.
Bring the mic up just a little bit. Yeah, there you go.
When you look at the specs, it's about the same size as the fire station that is on Boston Road in Westford. We're not Westford. We're not even half the size of Westford. We don't need something that big. We're not going to need something that big in the next several years. Whenever 2 of those stations aren't even housed. They just have equipment there. But thank you for interrupting me.
Go ahead. Don't go ahead and speak. You have the floor.
The other thing that we're looking at, thank you, moderator, is there are several people that have been up here today on other articles, in other words, who talked about our taxes, that they can't afford to have a small increase in their taxes. This will be a huge increase in our taxes. A lot of people can't handle that. They'll end up leaving Tyngsborough. We won't need a big fire station. Thank you.
Thank you. For further discussion, Article 22. And bring the mic back down. There you go.
Hi, my name is Joyce Spiegel, 322 Westford Road. What you're asking us to do tonight is to authorize sealing, right? So we're telling you out of the gate how much we're willing to spend. So my question is, and first of all, I'm sold on the fire station. I know you guys need one. I think it's what's right. However, what I'm not sold on is the cost. So I'd like to understand what the bidding and negotiation process is for this fire station and how we are really, truly going to bring that down so we're way under budget.
I don't know. So similar to... Mic's up.
similar to however we spend money, we're subject to public procurement laws, so everything we do has to be competitively procured. So the market helps ensure that, the nature of that helps ensure that you get the best bid. So if you start with the designer is going to have to give us their best price to complete the whole scope of work, blind to what other designers are submitting. So there's that incentive for them to give us the lowest maximum price. The same, of course, on a bigger scale happens with the general contractor and any of the sub-trades. All of that is done through sealed bids. And so every step of the way, people who are bidding on the project have an inherent incentive to give us their lowest price because they're competing against others. Now, everybody gets concerned when you say lowest price in public procurement because you end up sometimes on a project this size. Massachusetts state law requires that you only deal with what's called a DCAM certified vendor. They've been certified by the Commonwealth as being reliable, having done similar projects. So you kind of get the best of both worlds in that you know that they're qualified to perform the work, and every step of the way you're doing those sealed bids. So even though tonight town meeting is approving up to 24.8 million, it isn't in any potential bidder's interest to bid that full amount because they know that there will be other bidders who will be less and less and less.
Okay. And so who was involved in negotiating and vetting those bids? Is it anybody in the town, or are we just looking to our OPM?
The town. It's 100% the town.
So it's our Board of Selectmen, it's our finance, I mean, who's involved?
Under our form of government, contracts are with the select board.
Okay.
So ultimately, it's through the select board supervision. The fire station building committee, though, which has a representative finance committee, would be that kind of first step, reviewing and making sure that the bids, they are what we want, everything is in order, et cetera.
Okay. And one other question, the combined public safety building, so I know it was stated that there's not enough room to add police. Are we sure that we couldn't go up another level? I mean, is the design in any way, shape, or form considering police at all?
The design before town meeting does not consider police. No, it just considers the fire department. Yep.
Okay, and could we at some point add police to that site?
In its current form, no. If the town was to acquire parcels adjacent to it, that's a real possibility, but with its current boundary, there would be no room to build a police station.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? Article 22.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Karen Pulio, 46 Beverly Road. I just want to note, these are my personal opinions, not necessarily always facts, but I just want to think, if we all look at the city of Lowell today, where they had over 5 buildings that were on fire, and if you look at the soot, the hazmat that would have come back with those firefighters to their station, I think that is indicative of what we are looking at every day with our firefighters when they rush out, and what they bring back to the station. And one of the main reasons we're looking for a new station. I just want to note that I share my personal support for this article, to bring it forward to the town to put it on the ballot. That's what we're doing this evening. We're giving an opportunity for the entire town to vote on it. When we discussed the school and the override, we noted the need for this building. It was a need for the building. It wasn't just a conversation. And the new school doesn't change the need for the building. I recognize that modernization is expensive, but it's also necessary for the safety of our firefighters and our EMTs. And if we wait to approve it, it's just going to get more expensive. When we talked about this in 2018, it was much cheaper than it is today. It's just going to go up and up, as we all know. Inflation doesn't go down, right? Deflation's a bad thing. We don't really want it. We have the emotion of taking down a very important building in this town, right? There is emotion that is tied to that. There is a meaningful building that is on that site. But we also have the need of a safe workspace for our firefighters and EMTs. And we need a substantial piece of land in the town center to meet those needs. So I just want to close with just candidly, quite candidly, for those who choose careers of running in when the rest of us are running out, I will be supporting this article to allow the entire town to vote on the ballot in 2 weeks, and I respectfully ask everyone to vote yes to put this on the ballot. Thank you all.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Chris Devine, 2 Roy Ave. I actually probably have a more unique perspective on this whole thing compared to most people. My father was a firefighter in town for 20 plus years. Wes probably remembers me when I was this big.
Yeah.
Station 1, as you said, was originally intended as on-call, and that was it. The firefighters we had in town at that given time, they built all the old additions that have been put in that place. I remember being over there on Saturdays as they were all building the garage to put the rescue boat in. And I think now the ambulance is in there. They built the room quarters themselves. The fire department is the last department, along with the police department, that we tend to support here. They have to fight, scratch, and plead for everything that they need to do their job. I fully support this, and it needs to be on the ballot. And if nobody supports this, you're insane. The town needs this. We've needed it since the 80s. I toured it as a Cub Scout in the 80s. 5 years old as Cub Scout, running around that same station. It's gone.
Thank you. Further discussion? Keep in mind the hour, folks. Just putting it out there.
Marie Lambert, 204 Middlesex Road. So I understand that we need a bigger fire station. But what I don't understand is why do we have to destroy the Winslow School and do away,
Go ahead. No, the floor is yours. Don't be... No.
And why do we have to convert the only green space in the center of town other than what we say with CPC? Why can't we find a different location? Is it the last building? If it had been up to the past selectmen, we wouldn't have the old town hall, and we wouldn't have the First Parish Meeting House because they all felt that they were too old and that we could not fix it. And so the center of town would be just the intersection with a light, because that's what I used to tell my kids when we first moved here, and they wanted to know where was the center of town. I said, you're looking at it. See that light? That's the center of town. Historical Commission fought for 14 years to save the old town hall. We didn't have to fight that long for the First Parish Meeting House because at the time, at least we had some selectmen that were interested in it. Littlefield Library was left to decay for a long time. Fortunately, it was brick, so it was not that bad. And then they left the Winslow School on purpose without any maintenance at all for years so that they could turn around and say, oh, it's an eyesore. We have to destroy it.
Further discussion, Article 22.
Al Stamp, 30 Willard Ave. Question through you, moderator, the chief. What did we just spend on our most recent fire engine you had to replace quick?
Replacement fire engine?
I want to say 550,000.
The most recent one's 7.
Oh, it was
720.
It was like 720. That's right. That was the one before.
Yeah. And if you're going to order one today, they're anywhere from $750 to $1 million. I've been in this business for near 2 decades, grew up around it, fully supporting what they need to do. Everybody's worried about 4 people being at that firehouse. Nobody asks how many apparatus these guys cross-man. You guys are getting way too much bang for your buck for this department. They're staffing a ladder truck, they're staffing a pump, they're staffing a tanker. They've got an ambulance. By state law, they have to have a backup ambulance. So 5 bays doesn't go very far. They got to have a boat. They got to have all this stuff. You guys are getting way too much. It's a Swiss Army knife you're going to get out of 5 bays. Giving them a proper place to live when they're there. We went through building a fire department in the town that I work in, not far away from here. It ballooned within a couple of years from first design. Went from $4 to $7 million for an outlying station, not even our main firehouse. $20 million is a bargain for this size firehouse in today's day and age. If we want to continue to be penny wise, dollar foolish, park $1 million apparatus outside New England, that stuff's not going to last. Chief's going to be, replacing low point drains and things that are going to freeze and break. Stuff's got to go inside. It's got to be ready. They got to be ready to go. They got to be able to get cleaned and stay the hell away from the dirty stuff. It's got to get built, guys. It's not going to get any cheaper. Stop waiting.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Further discussion?
Corey Lambert, 204 Middlesex Road. We spoke about the architect. We talked about the cost of the building. Corey Lambert helped the town of Tyngsborough build a $23 million school. I watched the state of Massachusetts give us an architect which was certified to do the right thing. Went bankrupt before we get the building built. They certified our contractor. Contractor went bankrupt before we finished the school. So relying on the state of Massachusetts, I have design experience with the United States Air Force. I have program management experience, the United States Air Force. That's why I volunteered to be on the school committee. I was there for 8 years building the school. We brought it in under cost. How often do you hear that? We've already talked about overruns on this project, and we aren't even approved yet. So I say, you haven't got all your homework done. I'm speaking from experience. What I'm hearing tonight, the homework's not done. What about the space where you'd like to put it? We've heard some of this and some of that. I grew up in this town. My father was on the fire department with Bob Duff. Lots of information about Pearly Night, the guys that did it 25 years before that. I've watched the fire department in Tyngsborough do good things and not so good things over my 80-year life. Okay? So, what do I think about what's going on? I think it's premature. Yeah, you went through the design process. We did too. We lucked out. We had 5 guys who spent their lives building that building in a committee meeting every Tuesday night to pull this off. I'm sure that's what they're expecting to do. I don't know. It bothers me that I've heard words about, and here it comes, Taj Mahal. Back when I was here talking about this building, guess what? It was a Taj Mahal. We couldn't have an auditorium out here because it was a Taj Mahal. So it went from 27 million down to 23. So there's no auditorium on this side of the river. The building still seems to be doing a good job 10 years later. With regard to the site in the center of town, there's no question you can put a fire station there. You can put a Taj Mahal there. While I've been watching this project flop through various select boards, we've lost at least 4 places for this fire station to be sited near the center of town. I'm not going to go through them. That was his job. But there's at least 4 places we could have put this, and I don't think anybody's heard it talked about. Doesn't bother me. It's not my decision. It's just my wallet that's going to help. Can I contribute anything to this? Yeah, caution. We don't need a Taj Mahal. We do need a safe place for our firefighters to return from exposure, get themselves safe, get them rested. I'm not convinced we need what I see in those pictures. I am not convinced. I've heard that other towns get along with a little bit less. I think Tyngsborough can get along with a little bit less. Projects go up in cost every year. No question about it. Thank you for listening.
Further discussion, folks. Keep an eye on the time.
Ed McLean, 90 Coburn Road. Call the question.
Sure. Yep. Move the question. Move the question. Keep it short, Odd.
I got it short.
That was a move the question.
Warren All Grove, 288 Massapequa Road. I'll go fast.
I bet.
So Wes and I actually do get along. My problem is the location. I believe my eyes. I don't believe in the lights they're talking about. You might as well have a Studio 54 light coming out of there as the flasher they're talking about. One of the things that needs to be done, because I don't know how you're going to get the fire trucks down the road when all the traffic's in place. Believe your eyes, we know what it's like in the season of November, December, January, when shopping's around. We know what it's like at 5 o'clock. So I just don't understand how we're talking about it's got to be in the center of town so that we can get there quick. And you're going to be at the end of the driveway trying to cut across traffic with 40-foot trucks. Before you can convince me that that's a good spot, just like you make the people up the street that sell the gummies and whatever else we call it, Nature's Best, you know, they drive slow. So that's different. But they also drive slow when they get down here. They also sit at the light. They also sit at the light and want to see the green light happen, but they forget they're there. We need to have...
Okay, give him 30 more seconds. Hang on, we got to move the question. Here we go, go ahead. That's enough.
So, if you're gonna tell me that the fire trucks can go out of that driveway and they can get through all the congestion and they can get through the problems that you have now at the station you're at, and you're gonna go 1,000 feet and go to a road that's traveled more, and that's going to help us get there sooner. If you can prove that, I might vote for the station, Wes. But you got to prove it.
Last chance, Wes.
I have to respond to that.
All right. Article 22, go right ahead. We got to move the question. We're ready to vote, but go ahead.
I just want to respond. I mean, can I prove it? No, but I can tell you that I have been working as a firefighter and as a paramedic for over 40 years. And I worked as a paramedic throughout Greater Lowell and in other parts of outside of Metro Boston, North Shore area, traveling through emergency vehicles through traffic intersections. And I'm extremely confident that we're going to be, the fire department will be in a much better situation coming out on Middlesex Road than we are now, with the traffic backed up on 113, parked in front of our bays where we actually can't get out the door. The intersection light will be triggered by a device that's in the apparatus now that controls intersection lights, and the approach to the Middlesex and Kendall intersection is brings us into a 3-lane wide area where traffic has much more room to get out of the way in advance of us getting there, and I'm confident that we're going to be in a much better situation traveling through that intersection from that location than we are where we currently are.
Thank you. Okay, I bet we're ready to move the question. Almost 11:30. I'd like my counters to come up, please, because we're going to try to do a hand count. Wait, my counter's gone to bed. No, I think they're still here. Yep, I'm going to use it one more time. Article 22. You want to try a vote? No, you can't do a voice on a 2/3. I need a 2/3. Oh, let's do it just for fun. Let's just do it for fun. All those in favor of 22 as printed, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed to 22, please signify by saying nay. Nay. You can't hear a 2/3, but let's see what we get, folks. All those in favor of 22, please signify by holding up your right hand this time. You can't count me, I'm just practicing.
Rob, you missed one.
You missed one.
Hold up your yellow ticket at this time. All those in favor. Keep in mind we need a 2/3 majority for this to pass, and then a majority at the election, if it were to pass tonight. All those in favor, hold your hands up good and high. And thank you again, counters. The check's in the mail.
I was way off. I don't even think Maximize is going to be open after this. I hopped up at 24/7.
Yeah, if it was just a majority, we could have gone to bed. We're not even the 2/3. But it was fun.
Kate's never going to volunteer to do our town meeting again.
Sorry?
Kate's never going to volunteer to do our town meeting again.
No, she just won't be available.
Adam's not
Well,
done
you got
yet,
an
is he?
easy one last time. You would do this. Well, thanks so much for your help tonight.
Well, the thing is, 4 communities have tried and none have successfully left it, so it's hard to. Did the reduction pass?
Okay, the counters are working hard. Keep your hands up a little longer. You might use this hand to hold it as well.
This day is really. Today is really popping me out, remember? I've been dreaming of Maximilian's Pizza all day, but I bet they're not making pizza this late. I think they're open till 2, but I think the kitchen closes at 10. IHOP is open 24 hours.
Yeah. I might get it by 11:30. Okay, this side, I think you can put your hands down. This side, stay up just a little longer. Down, up.
You ready to do your math?
All right, we're still counting on this side. Hang in a little longer. Where are the counters? Okay, you can put your hands down. Thank you so much, folks. '22 as printed. Please hold up your right hand at this time with your yellow ticket. All those opposed to 22, hold up your right hand with your yellow ticket at this time. All those opposed to 22.
What's the problem with police force? On the right. Right. Definitely sure.
See, oh. Down, rest for a minute. Okay, we've got the abacus out. It'll be just a moment. No, I know it. Okay, there was 277 for this Article 22, 46 against. It does pass with a 2/3 majority. Well, would someone like to entertain a motion to adjourn? How about a second?
Second.
Can I get an aye? Aye. See you in the fall, maybe.